Good morning, and thank you so much for joining us for the Rocky Mountain MS Center's Fall Education Summit. My name is Gina Hensrud, and I'm CEO of the MS Center, and we are so grateful that you've chosen to spend your Saturday morning with us. Most importantly, we hope that everyone is staying safe and healthy, and of course, following the important guidelines of your local health departments wherever you might be joining us from. This is the second Education Summit we've presented during the COVID-19 pandemic, and the second we've delivered to you completely online. While this year has presented many of us with difficult challenges, I'm truly grateful that we're able to keep bringing you this important education and information. As we all continue to navigate uncertainties, we know it's more important forever that our MS community is able to receive timely and trustworthy education from us. We are continually inspired by all of you, individuals and families living with MS, care support partners, and health providers. You will always be at the heart of everything we do, and we are very grateful for your participation and involvement in today's summit. Online is not the same as seeing everyone in person at our usual spot on the CU Hospital campus, and we hope to be back there soon. But in the meantime, we will continue to bring all of our programs to you virtually as best we can. Today's format will be a little different than you may be used to if you've attended an education summit in the past. We've pre-recorded today's presentations to ensure that we can bring you a smooth experience. That means we aren't able to have our usual live Q&A session, but I do hope that you took advantage of the opportunity to submit a question at registration for the panel Q&A segment. If you have unanswered questions at the end of today's presentation, I encourage you to sign up for our virtual Conversations on MS event with Dr. Vollmer on November 19th. Shortly, you'll hear from members of our medical team about a wide range of topics, including updates about the biology of MS and what we know has changed over time, information on DMTs approved in the last year and what may be next, as well as several exciting demonstrations on seated stretching techniques, mindfulness, and the Mediterranean diet. Lots of good information ahead. I'd like to thank the exhibitors at today's event and invite you to visit them at our virtual exhibit hall. Alexion, Biogen, Bristol Myers Squibb, EMD Serono, Genentech, Novartis, and Sanofi Genzyme. You can find links to the virtual exhibit hall in any of the emails you received from us, and we'll also provide them in the live chat area, as well as in the YouTube description if you're watching this after the live broadcast. We've also received patient education grants and sponsorships for our program from Alexion, Biogen, Bristol Myers Squibb, EMD Serono, Genentech, and Sanofi Genzyme. We're able to continue to bring you the Ed Summit at no cost, thanks to the generous support of these companies, as well as donations from individual donors. I invite you please to help support our ongoing work. If you're able to make a gift of any size at this time, please visit mscenter.org/donate. Thank you for helping make this event possible and for joining us today. Now, I'd like to introduce you to our MC for the morning, Kelsey Lance. Kelsey is our education manager at the Rocky Mountain MS Center. She coordinates the logistics and details for the in-person and online education programs that we provide. She is also co-presenter for our MS 101 classes. Kelsey?
Thank you, Gina. As Gina mentioned, we are excited to be able to continue bringing you the top-notch educational programming that you expect from the Rocky Mountain MS Center while encouraging everyone to be safe at home. We hope that today's Education Summit will bring you new information, answer key questions, and help you have productive and meaningful conversations with your care providers. We've also infused some fun and practical wellness demonstrations into the day to help us all navigate these stressful times through movement, mindfulness, and healthy eating. I encourage you to visit our virtual exhibit hall after the presentations. We are so appreciative that our exhibitors are participating in the virtual exhibit hall. You can see each company and read about them through the link listed in the description on YouTube. The exhibit hall will be live and accessible until December 11th. So if you don't have time during today's event to check it out, don't worry. We'll send the link out with this recording so you can visit at any time in the next month. Please also take time to fill out our online evaluation of the program. We read through all of the responses and use them to improve future events. Particularly since we're doing so many new things today, we'd appreciate any feedback on what worked or didn't work for you. Because this event is entirely online and has been pre-recorded, a few things will look a little different for you, the viewers. We won't have any scheduled breaks in the presentations today. However, you are able to press the pause button on YouTube at any time, and the video will resume where you left off whenever you press play. There is a lot of information being presented today, so I strongly encourage you to take advantage of that pause button when you need a break. We will also be archiving all of the presentations and PowerPoints on mscenter.org for you to replay at any time in the future. If you pre-registered for the summit, you should have received a link to the PowerPoint slides in case you wanted to print them to take notes on, as well as the agenda with the timing of all presentations today. We'll add the link to the live chat on YouTube as well. We have several exciting demos between the doctor's presentations, including a seated stretching video you can use to move around a little. Our first presenter today is Dr. Timothy Vollmer. Dr. Vollmer is a graduate of the Stanford University School of Medicine and a former faculty member at the Yale School of Medicine. He is the Director of Neurology Clinical Research at the University of Colorado Anschutz campus, the Medical Director of the Rocky Mountain MS Center, and co-director of the Rocky Mountain MS Center at the University of Colorado Hospital. He has participated in more than 100 clinical studies in MS. Dr. Vollmer will be discussing MS today, what's different.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Rocky Mountain MS Center MS Summit. This is the 13th one we've had since 2014. We do these twice a year to hopefully bring to you newest information about MS and to answer as many questions as we can. This is a collaboration between the Rocky Mountain MS Center and the Rocky Mountain MS clinics at the University of Colorado Hospital. I'd like to take a second just to tell you a little bit about the Rocky Mountain MS Center and the Rocky Mountain MS clinic. We've been collaborating with each other since 2008. We've seen more than 4,000 distinct patients through the MS program. And we also collaborate in research and education. It's a very outstanding collaboration from my perspective because it helps us as physicians to reach a much larger patient population. Also, our program at the University of Colorado has continued to grow. There are now 9 neurologists, 2 fellows, and 3 advanced practitioners, all working together to provide care to MS and related diseases. It's been a remarkable journey for me and one that I hope will continue and be successful. For now, I'd like to move on and talk a little bit about a specific topic. So today, what I'd like to talk about is what is different about MS today versus in the past. And my major point here is that we have fundamentally come to a new era in the treatment of MS. MS is now one of the most treatable diseases that we see in neurology if we can catch it early before patients develop significant disability. It's also becoming quite treatable even in those patients who do have disability. So as an academic physician, I do work with companies to advise them and also to develop clinical research projects and other projects, and these are the people that I've worked with in the past year. So a few weeks ago, I was involved with a debate with Dr. Brian Weinshanker at Mayo Clinic. And Brian and I have done this debate several times at the American Academy of Neurology and other places. And basically, it's been a debate about whether the appropriate approach to multiple sclerosis treatment is to start out with the older first-line therapies and wait for patients to fail those before you move up to newer orals and ultimately the infusible drugs. That approach to MS is called escalation therapy. And it is the traditional approach for MS management around the world. However, I've been arguing for more than a decade now that the appropriate approach is to use the most effective therapies that we have that have an appropriate safety profile as early in the disease course as possible. And Brian framed this as the second statement: that highly effective therapy is indicated for all patients with MS from the time of diagnosis. That's not absolutely true, but I think it's pretty close. And I'm going to just briefly review the reasons why I think this is the appropriate way to go, and I'll give you some data suggesting that we actually can achieve this in this day and age. So the first thing is that it's very difficult in an individual patient as a clinician when you first see them to predict how they're going to be doing 10 years, 15 years, or 20 years down the road. And part of the problem is that of all the medications we have, the injectable and oral disease-modifying therapies, which means interferons, the glutaminyl acetates, Albagio, Gilenya, Tecfidera, et cetera, they all have variable efficacies. So they do decrease disease activity, but only partially. Some more than others, that's true. But again, there is significant ongoing disease activity in some patients. And secondly, we have no way of knowing how people are going to do over the course of the disease untreated, nor do we know how they're going to respond to any particular therapy. So there's no genetic factors that we can use to identify people at higher risk versus low risk. There is no initial presentation that predicts benign MS with high reliability. There are people who think they can identify such patients, but if you actually follow the patients they identify as benign MS for 10 years, more than half of them will have gone on to develop moderate to severe disability. If you follow them for another 10 years, another half of them will have done that. That's not a very good predictor. Also, change over time in the MRI is not a very sensitive tool to actually measure the true level of disease. That's because most of the disease activity is in the site of old lesions, so it's not visible as a new spot on the MRI. Volumetric MRI, which we do use at the University of Colorado, is not accurate enough to help in prognostication. It's useful when you combine data from multiple patients. On the individual patient, the tool is fairly noisy, and so you can get change in volumes because they use a different MRI, it's a different magnetic field, or they change the software in the MRI unit. So at this time, we really can't use MRI to follow response to therapy very sensitively. We are working blood tests that may help us monitor disease activity. Neurofilament light, or NFL, is one of the most promising. However, it's not yet validated as a measure of neuronal death and as a monitor for disease response to various therapies. I hope that will change over the next couple of years, but we're probably at least 2 years away from having such a blood test in the clinic to be able to monitor how people are doing on different therapies. Also, just to point out to you that there are two different ways that patients end up in a wheelchair. One is because they have a lot of disease, which any neurologist can see, but the other one is they don't have very much disease, but they have it in a critical place, such as the cervical spinal cord. Those patients may have very little disease in their brain, which may be misinterpreted by clinicians as having benign disease. Because they have it in the cervical cord, and because MS plaques, once formed, tend to be the target of further episodes of inflammation, they can move downhill and end up in a wheelchair. And in fact, about a third of all patients in the wheelchair are there because of this reason. And the other problem with the concept of escalation therapy is that it's based on this concept that you start patients on modestly effective therapies, and then you wait for them to fail, which means wait for them to develop more disability before you consider moving up to the second tier drugs, which would be the orals, and then eventually up to the third tier drugs would be the infusibles. That's kind of letting the horse out of the barn, because we do not have a way to go back and repair the nervous system or to help patients recover function above what their brain can do on its own. And to just prove this point, this is an old study. It's back from the 1980s, before we had any treatments that were proven to be effective in MS. And it's a number of different studies. It's actually 4 different research groups looking at the natural history of multiple sclerosis in terms of what happened to people diagnosed with this. And if you look over at the left here, you're looking at 5 years from onset, 10 years from onset, and 15 years from onset. From onset here, it varies between the studies. In some studies, it's when the patient was diagnosed, which means patients have had disease substantially longer because we don't diagnose people at the very beginning of the disease. In others, it is with their first clinical symptom, which is still relatively late since most MS disease activity is clinically silent and patients have already accumulated significant brain lesions prior to the first relapse in most cases. But if you look at this, they defined patients as having an EDSS, or in this case called the Kursky Disability Status Score, of 3 or less as moderate disability. And between 70 and 80% of patients at all these time points have already achieved that. And that means that they may be able to walk okay, but they're going to have disabling fatigue, cognitive problems, depression, bladder problems, neuropathic pain, spasticity. And that was defined by Dr. Weinschenker in his early papers as the definition of benign MS. I would argue that's not very benign. And then out here, we're looking at an EDSS of 6, which means people have to use a cane or more for ambulation. And by 5 years, somewhere between 8 and 40% have already achieved that. And by 15 years, it's 40 to 80% of patients have achieved that. EDSS of 8 means patients are bedridden. not able to provide care to themselves. And the chance of that within 15 years of onset is between 8 and 30%, depending on which study you look at. And this is at mean age of 45, because the age of onset of MS is age 30. So this is still very early in life. And I would say that these are not desirable outcomes by any stretch of the imagination. I would argue that today our goal is much different. So this is the disability status scale developed by Dr. Kurtzke. And 0 means you're basically healthy, you have no symptoms. 1 means you might have some minor symptoms, some minor fatigue, maybe some numbness and tingling, maybe had absolute blurred vision, but you're able to function fully. 2 means now you're getting some minor disabilities, so you're not able to do all the things that you'd like to do, again, usually because of fatigue or pain or depression or those kind of symptoms. And then out here, 3, moderate disability, where you have severe pain, you can have severe cognitive dysfunction, you have severe disabling fatigue. And by 4, it means that now you also have these other symptoms, but you can't walk normally. So you can still walk more than 500 feet, but you can't walk the way you could before, and you probably can't run. And it just gets worse thereafter. So the folks that argue for escalation therapy would argue that if you stay below an EDSS of 3, they still consider you to have benign MS. And these patients, already about half of them who were working in the workforce are now not working because of MS. That's not an acceptable goal. I would argue that our goal is a 0, EDSS of 0. And I'm going to show you that we have actual evidence that we can achieve that today in early phase disease. So in order to understand that, I just want to briefly review what I've talked about before, which is the concept of neurological reserve and its implication for the treatment of MS, and the concept of maximizing lifelong brain health. And again, I'm not going to go into this detail. So remember, as I've discussed before, that the natural history of the human brain, not the MS brain, but the human brain, is one that goes like this. We're born with pretty much all the nerve cells that we're ever going to have. We can make a few nerve cells in a few small areas, but by and large, bulk of our neurological function is based on how many nerve cells we have when we're born. Our brain expands in size from birth to about age 20 because those nerve cells are connecting themselves into these large synaptic networks, and the other cells, the oligodendrocytes and the astrocytes that support them, are proliferating. Brain volumes, which reflect the number of neurons you have, are stable between age 20 and about age 35. But by age 35, all of us begin to have a loss of neurons. It seems to be genetically determined. It's not fully understood yet, but it is normal. And we begin to lose neurons, but yet we're able to maintain normal neurological function. And that ability to maintain neurological function when we're losing neurons is due to the fact that we have excess or reserve capacity in the brain that allows the brain to shift function around and to maintain normal function. And that's enhanced if you're exercising and if you're avoiding diet-related diseases like hypertension and diabetes. So that's what happens to all of us. What happens on top of that to MS patients is that MS is using up that neurological reserve. So neurological reserve in MS, again, is the capacity of the brain to compensate for subclinical MS disease and to recover from relapses. Again, neurological reserve is also there for normal aging. But the reserve capacity buffers early MS activity to decrease the impact on motor function, cognitive function, and sensory function. Now remember, the average age of clinical onset for MS is age 29 to 30. But we think most patients begin to develop the disease in late teens and early 20s. Whereas aging effects are not seen until the 30s or 40s. So MS is occurring in early life, is accelerating the loss of this neurological reserve, which will come back to haunt us in 2 different ways in the future, which I'll come to. But because of neurological reserve, the diagnosis of MS is often delayed. 90% of MS disease activity in the brain is clinically silent, so the patient doesn't know that it's going on because it's being masked by this neurological reserve, but the reserve is being consumed. And when progressive disability sets in, so secondary progressive or primary progressive disease, we see continued loss of function in cognitive function and motor function, and that correlates with neurological reserve. Now, there's another concept in neurology, which is neurological resilience, and that's the ability of the brain to recover function. Neurological reserve and neurological resilience are the same biological phenomenon. We're just talking about subclinical brain injury with reserve. We're talking about overt injury with symptoms, neurological resilience. And the other problem is when you use up neurological reserve, you've also used up neurological resilience, which means if you start to treat at that time, you may slow things down, but you're not likely to get a lot of recovery of function. Some basic natural history issues for MS that we all need to understand. One is that most of the inflammatory disease occurs at the beginning of the disease. So the disease is most active at the very beginning, and that activity gradually decreases as a function of age. It is the inflammatory disease that drives the loss of brain volume, and I'll show you data to support that. So there are people that argue MS is two diseases. It's a neurodegenerative disease and an inflammatory disease. In reality, it is an inflammatory disease that drives neurodegeneration. So if you shut off the inflammatory disease, you can dramatically impact that neurodegeneration. Whether you can stop it completely or not in progressive disease is not known, but our clinical data says we can stop it completely in relapsing forms of MS. And I would argue that the onset of progressive disease is mostly due to this exhaustion of neurological reserve, and that onset of progressive MS fundamentally changes response to MS, mainly because of that neurological resilience issue that I mentioned, that in relapsing remitting disease, people get better over time on average, whereas progressive disease, we slow things down rather dramatically, but we don't get as much recovery of function. And this is the data to show you that most of the cause of loss of neurons is due to inflammation. So this is measuring brain volume in patients over 18 months. And here they're getting monthly MRIs for the first 6 months of the study. And the plot here is plotting how many active lesions they have on those brain MRIs over 6 months, and then what's their rate of progression of their brain atrophy, which is a reflection of loss of neurons. And you can see the patients out here that have more loss of neurons out here have a much faster rate, up to 2.5% loss of brain volume, which bodes poorly for future disability. These numbers up here are called R values, but they basically tell you what percentage of this loss of brain volume is explained by just this observation of how many active lesions people had over that 6 months. And what this basically means is that of all the factors that affect loss of brain volume, number of new lesions represents 75% of that. So to think about that, if you have 10 people rolling a big rock up a hill, in this situation, one of them is providing 75% of the horsepower to do that, which means you take that one person out and the rock rolls over everybody else. And that would mean here, if we could stop this part, 75% of the factors driving brain volume loss would be stopped. And that's really important. If you do it by volume, it's actually 85%. So to take a little bit further to help you understand a little bit more about why brain volume is so important and why preserving an early disease is so important is, as I said, we all lose brain volume later in life. So the red bars here represent all of us patients, all of us people who do not have MS. So I'm in the red bar. This is what's happening to my brain volume over time. And frankly, I'm right out here. So I'm losing about 0.3% of my brain volume per year just because I'm over the age of 60. If you look at the total brain volume loss in MS patients over time, you see that the amount that's being caused by just normal aging, which is not treatable at this point, is increasing steadily. So if you want to preserve brain volume, starting at the beginning of the disease, back here at age 30, is where you want to use the anti-inflammatory therapies, because most of the brain volume loss here is due to inflammation. And if you shut that off, your brain volume loss goes from 0.4% per year to way less than 0.1% per year. And then that helps preserve brain to compensate for out here. It's true for other parts of the brain as well. So to summarize this part, here, the main thing here, what I'm trying to contrast is what happens to the normal healthy brain, which is here in this blue line. So it's pretty stable until you get into your 30s and 40s, and then we all begin to lose brain volume. But in multiple sclerosis, because of these inflammatory events, which manifest as relapses and as new lesions on the MRI, our brain is shrinking at an accelerated rate. And that continues throughout the course of the disease and adds on to what's happening with normal aging. And it's also important, as I mentioned, that most of the disease activity is subclinical. So these are MRI lesions, and these are relapses. And the ratio is about 10-1. And so most of the disease is subclinical. It's like hardening of the arteries. You don't know that it occurs until you have a critical event. And what I've told you is that the brain reaches a critical point where it moves from relapsing remitting into secondary progressive MS. And that's because I would argue is because loss of neurological reserve. And after that, if you allow that to happen, you're now stuck with the problems that you have a smaller brain, which we can't change right now. And so if you stop the inflammatory disease, these relapses and stuff here, you can definitely slow down disability progression, but you can't stop the normal effect of aging on that as well. So again, we want to avoid this cliff as much as we can by treating as effective as we can back here at the very beginning of the disease. And if we do that, then this line can disappear and patients will follow this line, the normal healthy brain line, which is what we want to do. And again, just remind you that the inflammatory attack on the brain is steadily decreasing as we get older. So if we can control the disease for the first 20 or 30 years, they may not need any disease-modifying therapies after that. So when I argue highly effective therapy should be used for all MS patients at the time of diagnosis, that doesn't mean all highly effective therapies. And this is where a lot of physicians get confused, because we have highly effective therapies that are very dangerous. So let me tell you what I mean by that. Highly effective therapies are primarily the infusible drugs, Tysabri, Rituxan, Ocrevus, and the newest drug is Kesimpta. These are all monoclonal antibodies, and they work by targeting either proteins involved in allowing lymphocytes to migrate into the brain or by killing B cells in the circulation. These therapies tend to decrease disease activity in terms of relapses by 80% or more, and they decrease MRI disease activity by 95% or more. Second line drugs are mostly the orals. And they're second line for two reasons. One is they're less effective at preventing inflammation. So they're in the 50 to 60% range in terms of relapses, maybe 70, 80% range in terms of MRI. But they also have more side effects. So the fingolimod or gelenium, Mayzent, and Zeposia are S1P receptor antagonists, and they have more off-target effects. They can affect the heart, the lung, the retina of the eye, potentially the liver. They do increase your risk of infection, as these drugs up here might as well. But these drugs don't have any particular effects on off-target effects like on the heart, lungs, or the organs. So even though these oral drugs are good therapies, they're just not as easy to use, not as well tolerated, not as effective as these, and they're not particularly safer than these therapies used in the appropriate patient. The third line drugs are the drugs that are down in the 30% range in terms of relapse rate reduction. And these include Albagio and all of the injectable drugs, the interferons and the tumor acetates. And these drugs, we believe, are third line because they do not prevent people from moving into that progressive disease, because they're only preventing a minority of the total disease activity. And so the brain volume loss is continuing pretty much unabated in these patients. And then the fourth line therapies can be considered highly effective therapies, but there's no evidence they're more effective than these therapies, but they have a much higher risk. So Tysabri in patients positive with JC virus is a dangerous drug, and would only be used in our clinic as a last resort. Alemtuzumab or Lemtrada, cladribine, and stem cell transplant are all the same. Again, they may be effective. They're not necessarily more effective than these, but they do have risks of cancer, serious infections, autoimmune diseases. So because of the risk profile, these are rescue drugs that you would only use if all these other drugs have failed. A little bit of evidence that these drugs are not created equal. There's actually quite a few papers, more than 15 papers in the literature now that have been done in the real world to demonstrate that the oral drugs, the injectable drugs, and infusible drugs are really different in the way that they impact disease activity. This happens to be from our group, published by a first author called Brandy Vollmer. And basically she's an epidemiologist and did a lot of chart reviews and looked at 1,000 patients roughly. And basically what she showed is that patients that were treated with gelenium, which is F2I, or Tecfidera, which is DMF, had more disease activity as measured by new MRI lesions, relapses, or progression of disability than people who were on either rituximab or Tysabri. So this is the Tysabri line, this is the rituximab line. These lines are not statistically different. So based on this analysis, these two drugs are essentially equivalent. These two drugs are equivalent to each other, which is Tecfidera and gelenium. But there's a clear statistically significant difference between outcomes at 2 years. And this outcome grows continuously after that. That's been demonstrated by the European database group, as well as Canadians, as well as the Swedes. And I'm going to end here at this part of the study or discussion by telling you about a recent study that's still in progress but it's showing us just how close we can get to full disease remission if we treat early enough. So this is called the Ensemble study. It was done by Genentech. It's a study I recommended to them about 4 years ago to do based on our experience in the clinic, that if we treated patients when they were first diagnosed, it was very common for them to come back at 1 to 2 years and tell us they didn't feel like they had multiple sclerosis anymore. So in this study, is done with people who have relapsing remitting MS. So they've had at least a clinical relapse and at least a separate new lesion on MRI that was active. The age of these patients, the mean age of the population is only 32. As I told you, the mean age of onset of the disease is age 30. So these are very early disease patients. Again, predominantly women, which is typical for MS. 3D scores were quite low, as 1.7, which means that they can have fatigue, pain, bladder problems, but they're walking normally and they're able to work. And ones that had ESS less than 2.5 is the majority of 75%. Their duration of symptoms was about a year, but the duration of their diagnosis is only about 4 months. So again, this is very early stage disease, but they're very active. They're having 1.3 relapses per patient per year, which is a high rate. And if you look down here, about 30% of the patients had more than 2 relapses in the prior 2 years. And it's about 5 months since their last relapse. So in coming into this study, they had to have evidence of active disease, and they did that by having a relapse or having a new MRI lesion, or having both a relapse and a new MRI lesion, which was the most common group. So again, a young, very early phase disease group of patients that have very active disease. And this is the key result. So this is what's called no evidence of disease activity, or NEDA. It's a term that we use in clinical research with MS to look at outcomes of various clinical trials. It's usually not the first outcome we look at because the FDA still prefers relapse rates or disability progression. But this is really the important outcome. This is telling you about how many people had no evidence of any disease activity. It means they had no relapse, they had no new MRI lesions, they had no gadolinium enhancing MRI lesions, and they had no change in their ability to walk on 24-foot or the 25-foot walk. So the percent of patients that ended up with no relapses was 98%. That's remarkable in this very active group. This is in the first year, this is 1 year data. And 94% had no MRI disease activity in terms of new lesions that were contrast enhancing. 95% had no lesions, including no T2 lesions, which means it's an older lesion that happened sometime between there and baseline. And 94% had no change in ability to walk. This is kind of a messy number because this is not a very reproducible scale. But having 94% not having had any decrease is remarkable. And if you combine all of those together, no evidence of any clinical activity occurred at 93%, no evidence of MRI disease activity 91%. And because those are different patients, the overall score for NEDA is 85%. That is remarkable. That's not what we see on the injectables or oral medications. And this data is now being tabulated for year 2. It looks very similar. This is a 5-year study, which is really important because that's the point we were trying to make, is that if you intervene early, you can maintain people with no evidence of disease activity for long periods of time. And in my experience clinically, I'm out 10, 12 years, and patients are still stable the way they were before. Also, they looked at biomarkers and what happened to them. So here we're looking at neurofilament light, which all of you have heard about in the literature as an evolving blood test that we might be able to use to monitor what's going on in the brain. And at baseline, you can see that a patient had a relapse or an active MRI at baseline, they have really substantial elevations in their neurofilament light. If they were basically without disease activity at the first beginning, they hadn't had a relapse within 3 months and the MRI was normal in 3 months, then they had a little bit lower levels of NFL. So NFL correlates with active disease. And remember, active disease is a pulsive inflammation that causes damage, which will then resolve over 2 or 3 months. And then there'll be some time later, people get another pulse inflammation. And then the gray is the healthy controls. And what you can see here is that week 96, which is 2 years, the NFL levels in blood in basically all groups have been normalized. They're basically the same. And that is remarkable. This is the primary progressive study, the oratorio study. So again, at baseline, majority of patients had elevated NFL levels. And again, at 2 years, they were moving back to normalized. They have not normalized completely here. And again, I think this is the fundamental issue for progressive patients, that the ocrelizumab and other highly effective therapies can shut off the attack by the B lymphocytes. But probably by that time, patients have developed another inflammatory process that's going on inside the blood-brain barrier that we have not completely shut off. And this is what we need to target in future studies. So this is telling us something important. Also, one final point on this. This is looking at brain volume, but you could do the same thing if you plotted disability levels or probability of progressing to sustained disability. And that is that there's a clear treatment effect of the ocrelizumab versus, in this case, Rebif, over the first 2 years of the study. So the patients with ocrelizumab have a substantially lower chance of having a change in brain volume in this study or change in disability. Once you start them on ocrelizumab, which occurred at the end of year 2, they also get a treatment effect where this loss of brain volume slows down, and it parallels what's going on in the always treated group, but you see it never catches up. So on the escalation therapy concept, you allow patients to accumulate injury that even when you do switch them to highly effective therapy, they never overcome. They've now paid a price that they're going to pay for the rest of their life. And this is one of the strongest arguments to start with highly effective therapies rather than wasting time on modestly effective therapies. And there's just to finish up then, just to update you a little bit with the astrocytes. I've discussed these before. So astrocytes is a key cell in the brain. It makes up about half the volume of the brain. And it's there to protect the neurons and the oligodendrocytes and to feed them and to remove toxic metabolites and to regulate the transmitters and things that are being transmitted. So without astrocytes, you can't have neurons or oligodendrocyte be alive and function. Astrocytes are key to maintaining that special environment in the brain to allow these to work. And there's already data that most of the world is not aware of, that astrocytes actually could be the initial target of multiple sclerosis and the cause of the loss of oligodendrocytes and neurons over time. So astrocytes do a lot of different things. They are an extremely versatile cell, and this is not all of them. This is just what they do related to producing cytokines, which are short-acting hormones that are either pro-inflammatory or neuroprotective. And they don't do all these at one time. So astrocytes are sort of, in football, you have people who can play any position. Astrocytes can play any position. And they do that by getting pushed in one direction or another by other factors and other stimuli that come from other cells. In multiple sclerosis, they're mostly acting like these pro-inflammatory astrocytes. They're acting as part of the immune system, and they're producing molecules like nitric oxide and tumor necrosis factor that are toxic to neurons and oligodendrocytes, and we think actually play a major role in the death of oligos and neurons. And these other immune cytokines activate the rest of the immune system. They help promote the inflammatory attack on the brain. They support B lymphocytes as well as T cells in their attack on the nervous system. However, they can be pushed into a direction where they stop doing this activity, but they do more of this, which is neuroprotective. And when they produce IL-10, BDNF, CNTF, and other nerve growth factors, they encourage neurons to put out new branches and rewire and connect. They encourage oligodendrocytes to put out new branches and remyelinate. And they can change the nature of the MS plaque to make it easier for neurons and oligos to do that. So targeting astrocytes therapeutically is very important because we could inhibit this pro-inflammatory role that they play, and we could promote this neuroprotective, neurorepair role that they have. And this has been demonstrated already. FTY720 is gilenia, and it works through astrocytes. The data is very good. This does not work on the peripheral immune system. It works at astrocytes. It works by inhibiting this pro-inflammatory signaling pathway called the NF-kappa B pathway. Also, this pathway is inhibited by Tecfidera. DMF is Tecfidera, and that also inhibits this. And Tecfidera also increases the regulation of a pathway called NRF2 or NRF2, which is a pathway that decreases the production of nitric oxide and helps buffer for that. And again, nitric oxide we think is playing an important role in damaging neurons and oligodendrocytes. There are many other drugs that can play a role in this. And one of the most attractive ones to me recently has been metformin. Metformin is a drug used to treat type 2 diabetes. A lot of MS patients take this because they have type 2 diabetes. But this drug appears to induce recovery of function and neuroprotection in many different diseases, not just MS. Also, abutolast is hopefully going to go on trial and has already demonstrated that it can preserve neurons. Whether it can improve clinical outcomes remains to be proven. And then there's a whole bunch of other drugs over here that are potentially in that category, including a new monoclonal antibody that is currently in phase 2. So in conclusion, I would argue that escalation therapies are no longer justified, that we can use the most effective therapies that we have in a safe way if we carefully select the drug and carefully select the patient and monitor the patients carefully for safety. And also that highly effective therapies indicated for almost all MS patients at the beginning. There are a few that might have a particularly benign disease. They may have one lesion or something and the course is not quite clear, that we may want to follow off therapy. But in general, if patients have evidence that their disease is slightly below average to average or above average, they should be on one of these therapies. And we have a wide variety of therapies, so we can usually find at least one of the therapies that's safe for a patient based on their particular biology and comorbidities. And finally, that's the most exciting area for us working in now, is now beginning to develop these add-on studies for neural repair and neuroprotection. Our personal goal is to get metformin study going where it would be added on to the infusible drugs for patients that are stable but still have elevated levels of NFL and still have significant disability, to see whether we can help them recover more function. And that's what we're focusing on this next year. So again, treatment of MS is in a totally new era where this is an incredibly treatable disease if we just approach it with the therapies that we have in the optimal fashion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Vollmer. I also want to take a moment to let you know that Dr. Vollmer will be speaking at our next virtual Conversations on MS event, taking place on November 19th at 6 p.m. online via Zoom. The majority of the time during this live event will be devoted to questions from the audience. You can sign up through Eventbrite or at mscenter.org to attend this session. Our next presentation features Dr. Enrique Alvarez. Dr. Alvarez is the clinical director at the Rocky Mountain MS Center at CU. His research interests and projects include retrospective chart reviews and examining how patients have done in clinic outside of clinical trials to better understand how they do with their various treatments. Dr. Alvarez is presenting an update on COVID-19 and MS. If you would like to see all of the information on COVID-19 that the Rocky Mountain MS Center has compiled, including previous updates from Dr. Alvarez and Dr. Corboy and many other resources, please visit mscenter.org and click on the banner for our COVID-19 education page. Dr. Alvarez has a lot of information on his slides, so I wanted to remind you that you can download the slides on mscenter.org to look more closely at them, and that this presentation will be archived so you can replay it if you miss anything. The following presentation was recorded on November 5th with information known at that time.
Hello, and thank you for the invitation to come back and give a COVID-19 update. My name is Enrique Alvarez, and I'm one of the MS or neuroimmunology docs at the University of Colorado. As a heads up, this is being recorded on November 5th, and I bring this up just because the numbers are changing fairly fast, and I know that the presentation won't air for another week. So we'll talk a little bit about the numbers. We'll discuss what wave we're in and kind of see where things might be headed. And then we'll talk a little bit about risk factors associated with worse outcomes related to COVID-19, discuss whether MS is associated with this, the effect of drugs, comorbidities, and as such. And then we'll actually talk a little bit about vaccines as well. So let's look at the numbers. On a global scale. This comes from the New York Times, and the next few slides will come from that source as well. The websites I've tried to incorporate at the bottom of these slides as well, so that you guys can get updated numbers. So I think it's clear that the numbers are going up pretty fast. We can see that there's been a few different waves. So we probably call this the first wave, kind of the second wave that happened sort of in July, August. And now we're kind of in the midst of this third wave, or kind of the big wave that was predicted for this fall. It looks like it started a little bit later than what was predicted, but it's now here. As we look at the numbers globally, we're talking about almost now 50 million people. We've had over 1 million deaths at this point, about 1.2 million. And we can see that on a daily basis that we're talking about almost 600,000 cases per day and about almost 11,000 deaths per day. So these numbers are increasing fairly fast. Just for reference, this is very different across different countries. So here you can see sort of what's happening in Belgium. They're getting hammered at this point. Spain kind of seeing where the second and third wave kind of joined a little bit, and kind of a little bit more of this gradual curve or third wave happening in the US. So for different places, we're seeing different numbers of waves, and that's why we're not using some of the waves as we did as much in the past, but it's important to kind of know where things are at. And even this in the United States, if you look at the different states, it looks very different. We had a very mild second wave in Colorado, but now we're definitely seeing sort of this third wave kind of coming across. So as we look across the world, we can see that at this point, really everywhere is a hotspot. There's not a place that's not in dark red. And if you really want to think about it, these places are mainly the places that are just not testing. There are a few exceptions, Australia, New Zealand, where there's good testing and things like this, but they've basically blocked off travel into the country and have managed to kind of stay off things. But in most of the countries that are doing testing, you can see they're having really high levels of coronavirus now. So as we look at this, let's talk a little bit about deaths in addition to kind of this overlap of number of cases. They're on different scales, but we can kind of see that the number of deaths is delayed compared to the number of cases. So as we start to kind of see this first wave in the United States, kind of globally, we can see that the peak for cases was a little bit about like the first week of April. And the peak of deaths was around the third week of April. So that we can expect that after we hit a peak in cases, that the peak of deaths really won't be seen for a couple of weeks afterwards. Again, here's that the peak for the second wave kind of in the world. And really the peak maybe got a little bit flattened out, but really is kind of occurring again about 2 weeks later. So we're kind of in this ramp up of cases, and you can see that the ramp up of deaths started a little bit later and will likely be again delayed out compared to that. So I think one of the other things that we have to understand a little bit is that, the testing got a little bit delayed compared to where the number of cases are. And especially in the first wave in the United States, we have sort of a base level of understanding as to what number of deaths do you expect in a day. And so we could see that above and beyond that level, that, weekly, that, there was a fair number of deaths above and beyond what was expected. And we can see again, the two waves, and this data cuts off a little bit, so we're not seeing sort of the latest numbers. But you can see the effect on deaths that, on week in, week out, that, 5 to 10 to almost 25,000 deaths above and beyond what's expected. So a lot of big numbers. And if we look at Colorado, again, that second wave wasn't maybe quite as noticeable, but, still week in, week out, about 100 extra deaths that we can see. We can put this in light a little bit for other countries. You can see some of these curves for kind of what's above and beyond. So for Belgium, Spain, and the US, these were the countries that I showed before, and we can see that they all have slightly different patterns. And I think it becomes instructive to kind of know, what the effect of COVID might be about this. I think there's also the cases that we identified of patients who died from COVID, but a lot of times, patients might die before they could be tested or things like this, and we don't know exactly what they died from. So if we look at it, we can see that the number of deaths were about 20% in the United States above normal. The 250,000 excess deaths. This was at a time where those reported from COVID was only about 188,000. So even though this number seems high, we probably had more deaths that we simply did not account for because we didn't have the testing available, or people just died before they reported to a hospital. So that you can see that there's an above and beyond gap for that. We talk a lot about sort of how badly New York was hit, but New York did a really good job of trying to identify those cases of COVID. And you can see that that gap was actually not high. There was a lot of reported COVID deaths and a lot of deaths, but those deaths appear to be pretty well accounted for when we look at this chart. And I bring this up because in certain areas where maybe the testing was a little bit more delayed, people are a little bit more hesitant to show up at hospitals. We can see that the gap is much higher, even though they didn't maybe have as many deaths in those areas. But Texas, for example, probably had as many excess deaths as New York, even though we don't particularly think of Texas as being particularly hard hit. California is a big state, but again, probably similar number of deaths as New York. And then Colorado, we can see here, with probably for the size of our population, a little bit of a larger gap than maybe what I would have expected. But just to kind of be able to see sort of what the numbers are, Washington State, maybe doing a little bit better job of recognizing those cases. So I think the total is a little bit higher than what we were expecting, and that's kind of the main summary from these tables. When we look at the United States, we can see right now where cases are being hit particularly hard. And we tend to think about sort of the upper Midwest and kind of Southeast as areas that are being hit much harder. And these were areas that maybe were a little bit more relatively spared at the beginning, with a lot of pockets kind of in the West as well. Another website that I like to look at, and I didn't pull a lot of slides for this presentation, is from the Johns Hopkins website. But here you can see that, again, globally about almost 50 million cases, almost 10 million cases. And at the rate we're going, it'll be over 10 million cases by the time you're hearing this presentation. That the number of deaths globally is over 1 million, almost 1.25 million, and 250,000 deaths in the United States almost. And by the time, again, you hear this presentation, will likely be over that. And again, you can click on these different countries and it'll pull up more detailed information. This is the curve for the world, and you can see for each country what those curves look like. So I think a lot of data, if you're very interested in kind of looking at it, and again, this is the website that you can follow up on. So if we look at the United States as a contributor to cases in the world, we can see that if this is the curve for a number of cases across the world, this is almost on the same scale, the number of cases in the United States. And you can see that, especially early on, the United States accounted for a decent chunk of those cases, and maybe a little bit less with some of these waves. But still a significant number of the world cases being identified in the United States. This is some predictive modeling. So this is showing kind of the triple waves as you've been seeing. Where this is helpful a little bit is to kind of, in this case, looking at deaths and just the effect of masking. So if we develop universal precautions for masks kind of at this point, again, there's that delay in a couple of weeks to see an effect. So you add those 2 weeks, you can see that we might be able to kind of keep things stable-ish. If you ease, some of the restrictions, a little bit more, if you kind of keep things as is, that you would have kind of this kind of big increase in cases. And you can see that this curve for the United States continues well into February as an increasing exponent. So these are very concerning curves. And then just the idea of the face mask, people that have seen me and heard some of my updates have seen this figure before. I'll let you guys read it, but I think the idea initially when I was presenting this is that the masks really help the person who is not necessarily wearing it. But to be honest, there's been a lot of data now suggesting that masks really actually help the people wearing the mask as well. So not only does it help prevent the spread, but it helps protect you as well. So I think the importance about this is highlighted that it's really, if you don't care about other people, at least care about yourself and wear the damn mask. As we start to look at resources, we can see that in that first wave for Colorado, and this is not looking at our state, you can pull up all the different states if you want through this website. We can see that the number of beds in the ICU that are available, the number of hospital beds through this line. And we can see that we ended up using about half the ICU beds that were available. Most of those patients were intubated, so really fairly concerning. We had lots of hospital beds, so from that respect, we were okay. As time went down, we did a pretty good job of controlling things, but started to look now at the projections past this date of kind of where we're going to be at. And these are really concerning because this is the number of ICU beds needed, and this is how much we have. And we are likely at this time projected from this website to run out of ICU beds by about Christmas time. So hopefully we don't have to celebrate Merry Christmas kind of deciding how to take care of patients that are going to need ICU beds. But it's starting to look like that's increasingly becoming a concern. By February, running out of hospital beds. These are kind of the confidence intervals, so we might be anywhere in this range. And hopefully we're in the bottom range and maybe can squeak out enough ICU beds. The bottom line, again, is the number of patients needing ventilators. And again, that's starting to exceed even our capacity by February. So these numbers are very concerning, and that's, I think, why you're starting to see a lot of the closing of, increasing number of restrictions as we start to plan ahead. At this rate, we may end up having to kind of go back to the stay-at-home orders or things like that, but that's something that's going to get watched a lot. And there's a lot of concerns with the holidays coming up in November around, well, there'll be a lot of travel, or are we going to see a big bump in cases due to Thanksgiving and big family gatherings? Are there going to be a big bump sort of around the holidays at Christmas and things like that? So just a lot of caution and some concern being raised at this point. So as we start to look at the risk factors for bad outcomes with COVID, we've definitely been able to identify some of these. We will get into this question about sort of the effect of MS or some of the disease-modifying therapies, and we're starting to finally get some pretty good data. So let's start getting into that data. So what are some of these risk factors? So let me bring up some data from the Colorado Department of Public Health. And again, this is the same kind of figures that you have seen in the past for the US. In this case, this is for Colorado specifically. Again, our second wave wasn't too bad. It was fairly similar to the first one. But you can see this rapid increase of cases kind of coming up. If the United States, 2 days ago hit 100,000 new cases, today we hit 120,000 new cases in a day. So these numbers are growing exponentially at this point, which is really concerning. So if we try to split this by age groups, we can see overall with the number of cases, and we can see that as time has gone by, the bottom curves are the younger age groups, that the cases predominantly in the later groups have been younger patients. Older patients got hit early, and with some of these other curves, they've been a little bit more protected, probably taking extra precautions compared to younger people. If we look at deaths, we can see that the number of deaths particularly got hit early, and that we so far have not seen the bumps up. And again, you can kind of see where the age groups got hit. So disproportionately, when we talk about your risk and where do you sit and how much does certain risk factors increase your risk of bad outcomes, if you're under 20 and you're risk of a bad outcome is 0.2% and that's double, that's not too bad. But if your risk of dying from COVID is over 50% and you double that, it's almost, it doesn't quite work out that way, but it's almost 100% chance that you're not going to do well. And so those are the main concerns. And you can start to see that age is a huge predictor of how you're going to do. And I think this becomes really important to be aware of. If we look at other things like gender, a little bit more cases of bad outcomes in men compared to women, assuming again that we're kind of 50-50, and the way the population works, there's a little bit more women, usually around 51% than men. So again, men having slightly worse outcomes than women. If we look at it by ethnicity and race, we can see that sort of what the percentages of these groups are in Colorado overall, and then how much were they affected with bad outcomes. And we can see, and particularly looking at deaths, that two groups, African Americans or Blacks and Hispanics, have been affected more than their percent in the population. Not a huge difference in our state. This has been much more pronounced in other areas of the country. But it's something to be aware of, that, you know, that some of these factors, including race and ethnicity, are affecting a little bit disproportionately some of the minority groups. So we can look at medical comorbidities. I presented this slide before, and we can see that cardiovascular disease particularly appears to be increased much higher than some of the other things. These are two different studies. How things got separated out a little bit varied, but again, heart disease kind of takes the top line of these. Diabetes is on both of these. Chronic respiratory disease, there's been a lot of talk about asthma. This is probably actually more, as we've kind of broken this out a little bit more, so it's patients with COPD much more so than probably asthma. A little bit of effect of hypertension, cancer, and again, the much lower risk factor if you have no comorbidities. Definitely, if you have several of them, they start to be additive and they start to be much higher concern for bad outcomes, including death. We can look at this in MS, so I'm going to spend a little bit of time on this paper. This is from a French group, a number of cases that came from France, and we can look at some of these comorbidities presented at this point. And we can see that age, again, has a little bit of a factor. Being male is increased as you start to look at medical comorbidities. Again, cardiac, more so than pulmonary, diabetes being up there a little bit. Some of these are always a little bit interesting, so statistically not a difference, but smoking might be protective. Again, hard to imagine how that is. I think this is just sometimes statistics. You can see that the line crosses this line, so saying that really there's no difference. Obesity being slightly increased. If you're more disabled, then sometimes this is kind of where this progressive course, but levels of disability as measured by this EDSS or disability scales. 6 is needing a cane, so you can see the 16-fold increased risk of having bad outcome if you need a cane. So as the disability level goes, you can see that this is probably the biggest risk factor compared to anything else that we look at. Again, ages per 10 years. So if you start to look at, 70s and 80s compared to 20s and 30s, this effect is actually going to, be much higher. When we start to look at drugs, this is interesting. We can see that there's differences in drugs. All of the drugs appear to be kind of protective. Some of the early discussions that we were having had to do with this and saying that it didn't appear that we had any concerns for MS drugs increasing the risk of bad outcomes, and that included ocrelizumab, rituximab, and some of those kinds of drugs as well, where they actually seem to be a little bit protective. Again, we can look at the effect of age, and those that were not hospitalized versus those that were hospitalized were about 15 years older. The level of disability, just to kind of show the spread, but the big effect that you would have with some of these factors. Here's a little bit more spread out as far as the different drugs and kind of how they did. And again, I think the main point, and I'll skip through some of this a little bit fast, and this is the slide that I showed already. What they ended up saying is that by the time you accounted for these factors, there really wasn't an effect from the MS drugs. So this is looking at each one of these individually. Actually, in this one, now this is putting everything together as opposed to initially when I was showing these factors. So you can see that if you adjust for age and male and some of these things, the effect of needing a cane, for example, just by itself, taking into account everything else, is not that 16-fold increase, but is only a 6-fold increase only. So quote unquote, right? So kind of still concerning, but you have to kind of look at everything put together. And I think this helps explain some of these things. And again, the effect of this was that the MS drugs didn't have much of an effect. And this was looking at 347 patients. So not a small group, but a significant group nonetheless. So there was a little bit of a larger group. This was almost twice as many patients, and this came from a study done in Italy. And there were certain areas of Italy hit much harder than other areas. You can see that the Lombardia area of northern Italy, where Milan is situated, got hit really particularly hard. If we look at this and you do sort of these multivariate analysis, kind of putting everything into an analysis perspective, we can see that there was an effect primarily on patients who were on Ocrevus or rituximab. All of these, the p-values, sort of the statistic value that we look at were not significant. If you're less than 0. Sorry, these got represented in this paper as a box. But this was an increase of about 2.69-fold increase if you were on these kinds of medicines. If you looked at everything and kind of tried to account for other things, being on these B-cell directed therapies had still about a 2.5-fold increased risk. If you look at age, it has an effect per year. It's small, but if you start to add 10, 20, 30 years, that number starts to kind of increase a fair amount. A small increase again for men, in this case, not significant. If you were progressive, a little bit of a higher risk. If you had steroids a month before, it seemed like that was not a good thing either, and that was associated with a 6-month-fold increase risk of bad outcomes. So important to note again, the level of disability is much higher effect than what we see. So in the prior study, again, the level of disability goes away. It was not significant when you put everything together compared to the effect of the drug. And the effect of the drug in here, we're talking about a 2.5-fold increased risk. So this is different from the other study where disability fell out and was not significant compared to the other study where it was a 6-fold increase. So this is why it's helpful to look at many different studies, because the end results sometimes are different. And the more data you get together, the better it allows you to kind of explain and understand sort of what the factors are. So it's much better to have 2, 3, 4 different studies to be able to understand this. Just to show the effect of disability in our patients on rituximab, this is not looking at COVID, but this was a study that we recently had published at the University of Colorado with a group at NYU. And we can see that being wheelchair bound has a much higher effect than a lot of the other things that we worry about with increased risk of serious adverse events, and particularly infections in this case. So disability, I think, is a big one, even though that prior study did not show that effect. The biggest study really that came out now, and so this is new data that just got presented about a month ago at the European/now Combined American for this year MS meeting. This is data from the MS Alliance Network. And they looked at now 1,500 patients, and you can see that they were smattered across the different types of drugs, what the level of disability was, kind of what they looked at. So let's look at this data. We can see that in this case, men as a reference rate, women did a little bit better than men, so kind of fitting the pattern that we've seen in the past. Older patients not doing as well as younger patients, progressive patients not doing as well as relapsing patients. So all these things are kind of more consistent. In this group, that disability, again, had sort of that six-fold effect compared to patients that did not require a cane versus those that were neither a cane or were worse off than that. So again, disability having a big effect of around almost seven-fold. So let's look at different, the B cell therapies. The other drugs didn't really seem to change the effect much, but B cell therapies had more of an effect. And so if you look at sort of different outcomes, patients that were hospitalized versus those that were not, the risk of being hospitalized went up about 1.5-fold. The risk of being in ICU went up 2.5-fold. If you were on these B cell therapies or the anti-CD20 therapies, again, this is rituximab and ocrelizumab, the requirement for ventilation went up to 3-fold. And then curiously, deaths actually maybe went down a little bit. Again, it crosses this bar, so not statistically significant. This could be just maybe because of small numbers, but you do see sort of a concern for an increased risk with these therapies of bad outcomes with CD20s. So I think this is kind of the data that we're starting to kind of use, is that, you know, these drugs appear to increase maybe the bad risk by 2 to 3-fold. Maybe the other explanation about maybe why we're not seeing extra deaths in this group, besides sort of small numbers, is we talk about 2 phases to the disease, sort of the viral infection, and then sort of the issue when the immune system tries to take over and you have this hyper immune response. And some of these medicines may be helping with that. It does not seem like these medicines are helping to prevent you from getting intubated, at least. But the thought is maybe they help prevent some of the deaths. So again, a lot more data will be, you know, we need to get before we can make some of these conclusions, but it might make sense as to why we're saying kind of what we're saying. Just to present another big study that was presented at this last meeting, this ECTRIMS meeting that was a month ago. And again, very similar. This is looking at sort of bad outcomes. And what we can see is that compared to interferons, patients on ocrelizumab had an almost 4-fold increase in bad outcomes. Tysabri maybe had a small increase of 2-fold, kind of almost barely significant, depending on sort of what data set was included in that. So I think this fits into that 2 to 3-fold, maybe 4-fold increase. So we're starting to kind of be a little bit concerned about these medicines increasing those bad outcomes a little bit. Again, if you don't have a lot of comorbidities, disability levels low, then overall, I think the risks are low. We can importantly recognize that outside of COVID and before COVID even hit, that rituximab, which is used a lot in Sweden, this is data from Sweden. This was actually before a lot of Ocrevus is used, and Sweden doesn't use a lot of Ocrevus, that the number of infections was much higher if you were on rituximab. So it makes sense that some of the infection risk is associated with rituximab, and less so with a lot of the other drugs that are used in MS patients. And again, even better than just kind of patients who are not on these medicines in the general population. So this is kind of fitting that pattern of, yeah, rituximab may be associated with that. And then again, going back to that original paper that I described that we had recently published, understanding what are the factors that increase the risk. And so for rituximab, and again, in our case, the big factor was the level of disability. So understanding that helps us try to adjust the risk in our patients. I'll finish off a little bit by talking about vaccinations. I'll go through these slides fairly fast. There's a lot of concerns that, you know, as your disability level goes up, the number of infections go up. And as the level of infections go up, whether your disability from relapses goes up, but it can definitely increase a lot of the pseudo relapses, you know, not feeling quite as well, and just overall not doing as well. which again can kind of increase those number of infections. So there's a lot of guidelines discussing ways to try and prevent these infections. We can see that, and over the general population, the number of infections in MS patients seems to be a little bit higher from that data from Sweden. So to talk about vaccines, we got to understand that not all vaccines are the same. There's some that we think of as being generally a little bit safer. And these are sort of the dead / protein type subunits. This is sort of a list of the vaccines that are currently available that are inactivated or dead vaccines. Some that are where you get vaccinated with certain proteins to develop an immunity against them. And then these are the ones that we get a little bit more concerned about using in MS patients, especially with drugs that are immunosuppressant. So yellow fever especially is a little bit concerning, although maybe not as bad as we thought about just even in MS patients. Zoster is listed here because this is the old Zoster vaccine, the Zostavax. The new Shingrix vaccine for Zoster, this is a little bit of an older slide, should actually kind of fall in this group in here and generally considered safe. The part that we got to understand is that for COVID-19, we're really starting to kind of use some new types of vaccines. We have some vector, some RNA type / DNA vaccines that are being developed, and we'll get into that here shortly. So as we look at these vaccines, we have to understand a little bit, and there's some guidelines that make us think about it. So we have to assess the vaccination status. So, if you're immune to something, you may not need to get vaccinated. If you're having a relapse, we generally consider not vaccinating at that time. So we ask, much kind of like we do with treatments or infusions, if you're having any fevers or things like this, if you're having new symptoms, we would ask to hold off and push off the vaccination. If we can screen for certain infections and then decide to vaccinate against them if we notice that you don't have the protective antibodies against them. How, depending on what drug you're on, disease-modifying therapy, we have to try and understand if the vaccine is safe. Do we need to try and time the vaccine to when your infusions are? There's very little data on some of these things, so that makes it a little bit tougher. On some of the drugs, such as the S1Ps, the Gilenya type drugs, and the B-cell directed therapies, the vaccine efficacy seems to be a little bit decreased. Now, it's important to recognize that some protection is better than no protection. So for a vaccine that we consider as safe, we would still recommend vaccinating. And that's kind of what we see with patients getting flu shots, and we recommend them for all our patients. And again, we will see that the moral of the story for this section of slides is that when a COVID vaccine becomes available, we will probably recommend that you get it. So there are some strategies to overcome maybe the deficiency because of being on these drugs. So this was looking at a response to one of these vaccines, and we can see that there's very little response with the first couple of shots. But as you got more doses, that your response started to kind of match that of a control group. This is just showing your ability to make antibodies against this vaccine, for example. One important thing is to recognize that even though we're depleting some of these immune cells, and the concern is that maybe you can't mount an antibody or an immunoglobulin response, and again, B cells become plasma cells, and those are the cells that make those antibodies, is that there are patients who have genetic diseases where they make absolutely no antibodies, and that some of these patients can recover. So this is a case report of 2 patients who have this genetic disease who recovered from COVID-19, meaning that other parts of the immune system, including T cell responses and things like this, can have a protective effect. Being on disease-modifying therapies is not the only thing that affects how well vaccines work. In older people, we know that vaccines don't work as well. So in older patients, for example, there are strategies to try and improve how well the vaccines work, and we'll show that a little bit next. There are also effects that we can see on hepatitis B, on pneumococcal vaccines, and the antibodies, when they do develop, maybe don't last as long. So we have to think about different vaccinations and booster strategies, sometimes in patients that are on other disease-modifying therapies or are older. So for example, I think that the example of the flu is a good one. There's different versions of flu vaccine. We can use higher doses. So there's, in patients that are over the age of 65, we can sometimes use vaccines that have fourfold, that are 4 times as strong, basically. We can change the adjuvant, some of the packaging that comes in the vaccine that helps kick up the immune system, that it makes a little bit of a stronger boost up. There are strategies of doing additional doses and things like this. So there are strategies that we can sometimes look at, and I'm sure that we will be looking at some of these with time for COVID. I'll violate some HIPAA, and this is an example looking at hepatitis B, and this is a strategy that I had to do. I'm not on a disease-modifying therapy. I feel like I'm still just 21, so I feel young. But I did not mount a good immune response to hepatitis B. So I had sort of the normal course booster of hepatitis B and did not mount an immune response. And eventually what I needed to do was get double shots. Every time I went in, I got 2 shots. This is a strategy that in this case was used, for example, in patients who were alcoholics with known liver disease. And if you got the high dose, you can see that the response rate was much higher than people who were just getting the similar course. So again, another example with a different vaccine of ways that we can overcome some issues for sometimes people that just don't mount an immune response. So let's look at COVID-19 vaccines. We can see that there's many different types of vaccines being developed. The ones in green kind of tell you that, most of these, all these are sort of dead vaccines. So protein subunits, DNA, RNA, all these are inactivated. The live attenuated, the ones that we are concerned about, none of these have entered into clinical trials yet. There's a lot of different ones that have entered human studies, just to kind of show. Some are going to be 2 shots, some are going to be 1 shots. When they become available, these are guesstimates. We can see some of these here. It's important to kind of understand that some of these are these new types. Some of the new types are probably going to be okay for us. They'll be dead type of vaccine. So viral vectors, DNA, RNA, these are going to be okay. These are not being looked at so far for COVID-19, these replicating viral vectors, as far as ones that have entered clinical trial. But there's a lot of new types of vaccines being looked at, and so understanding this will become important. So how did we, in the process of getting vaccines developed, we can see that this is the normal course of how vaccines are developed. And you can see that if we followed this, starting in 2020, we may not have a vaccine until 2030. So how are we getting it so fast? Well, one thing was looking at these new vaccines, because sometimes they're a little bit faster to develop, but it was also by doing some of the phases before some of the other ones were done and just kind of pushing things through. And this is kind of why we think that, potentially by even February of 2021, that, we might have a vaccine available. It looks like it's right after the election and we still don't have a vaccine and it's not going away. So, but again, I think that soon, within a few months, we will be talking about vaccines available for COVID-19. And again, because they appear safe, we're going to recommend looking at them. Again, these are the vaccines that have been pre-purchased, pre-ordered by different governments. The ones in the United States are all of types that are safe in MS patients, irregardless of what disease-modifying therapy we're talking about. And this is the reassuring part, that at least the first few vaccines that will come up on the market should be safe for MS patients. So just a summary, we have to understand a little bit about the vaccine characteristics. We do not want live attenuated vaccines. Those are the concern for patients. They might induce relapses. They might kind of take over if you're suppressing your immune system. We have to understand the patient characteristics. A young patient is probably going to do okay. We probably need to start looking at the vaccines for a lot of our older patients, especially at the beginning when the vaccine is going to be limited. we have to understand the disease characteristics. Disability is a huge factor. We talked about this repeatedly today. Younger age. So again, saving the vaccines for some of the more disabled patients versus patients that are less disabled. We have to look at the disease characteristics. Again, most of the concerns maybe are related to the CD20 or B cell therapies, and they'll probably be okay for patients who are on other types of drugs. So putting all these things together will be things that we will need to kind of consider. But overall, for most patients, we would be highly recommending doing COVID-19 vaccinations as soon as we can. So to conclude, COVID-19 cases are really ramping up, huge numbers going up exponentially. I would not be surprised if we start to really kind of see shutdowns happening much more quickly than we have in the past. I think we're trying to see things a little bit more gradual as opposed to just shutting down everything, and I'm fully supportive of that. Social separation, wearing your mask really has a huge effect. We see the difference in those predictive models. So just wear your mask, be careful, wash your hands, do all those kinds of things. And I think that will make sure that we can keep restaurants open, even if it's at lower capacity and some of these other things. MS patients on B cell therapies, the anti-CD20 therapies, the Ocrevus, the rituximabs, potentially the ofatumumabs, appear to be at increased risk. This is maybe a small increase, it's 2-fold increase. That may be really okay for certain patients, but it might be an issue for certain other patients if the disability level is high, if you're older. And again, our main takeaway, get vaccinated once it's available. Just because of the times that we live in, can't emphasize this as well. Doing this safely is important, but get out of the house, exercise, eat right, and please stay well. With this, I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Alvarez, and thank you to the whole team for continuing to follow all of the databases and information that becomes available about COVID-19 so patients can stay up to date on the latest recommendations. If you've tuned in to any of our programs featuring Dr. Jeff Hebert, you've heard his recommendations that you should break up long periods of sitting with some movement. From the evaluations that you all turn in, we know that you want to see specific examples of exercises that people with MS can do. For the next 12 minutes, physical therapist Michelle Harrison will lead us in a great seated stretching routine that can be adapted for any level of mobility. I encourage everyone to participate in this demonstration. You can also press pause to take a break, and the video will resume where you left off when you press play again. We will have all of these videos available on our website after the event if you miss anything.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Michelle Harrison. I'm a physical therapist, and I've worked with the Rocky Mountain MS Center for 30 years. I coordinate the hydrotherapy programs for the MS Center. And of course, because of COVID, we have not been able to get into the pools lately and do our groups. We are anxiously awaiting a time when we can continue that work. We all miss the pool. But in the interim, we've been doing some Zoom classes and seated exercise that the MS Center wanted me to share with you guys. And I think you'll be pleasantly surprised just how much activity you can do just seated. So, and hopefully you will feel kind of, I'd like you to join in and feel kind of energized for the rest of the summit, because sitting for long periods of time is hard for all of us. Okay, so I'm going to turn the camera down because what we're going to start with is, we're going to start with just some toe taps. So I want you to lift your feet up. Or we could do them both, right? We can lift those ankles or lift the toes, bending the ankles, right? Feeling this in the shins, maybe a little stretch in the calf. It's good to get the blood pumping down in our feet. and lower legs. Now, if we get fancy, we can do a heel up and a toe up, and we can switch. This is kind of almost like a walking movement for the ankles and takes a little coordination. Whoop, if I don't think about it, I can't do it. There we go. Getting the calves and the shins going. If you can't do this movement because you have a brace on, maybe you do it when you get out of the brace later. Let's do some knees. We're going to move up the chain now. We're going to do some kicks. There we go. Stretch out those knees. I'm going to bring the camera up again. Kicks here. Kind of stretch out the back of the legs. If you can't get your foot going that much, try and tighten your thighs, try and slide it out and back. That's good. Now let's do some marching. When you do this, I'd like you to think about holding your stomach in and supporting your spine. You might need to move kind of to the front of the chair for some of these activities. And if you want, you can add some arms. Now, you should start to feel your heart rate coming up just by doing this much. Now, if you can't move your legs, you can do the arms. We have all sorts of modifications that we do so that everybody can participate and move. Looking good. Remember to breathe. Now, when we get the arms going, we're kind of starting to warm up that trunk a little bit, our stomach muscles and back muscles. Get a little rotation going. Looking good. Kind of warm those legs up. All right, now what we're going to do is we're going to try and cross one leg over, sit up tall, and lean forward, please. So you're hinging at the hips. Stretches should typically be held for 20 seconds, but we're going to, since we have a very short little segment, we may not hold everything 20 seconds. But when you have more time at home, please hold that stretch a little longer. And again, if you've ever been told you should not do a movement or a motion, please don't. If your doctor or a therapist or somebody has told you you shouldn't do certain movements, then we can modify or just skip that activity. And again, sit up tall and forward at the hip. Should feel stretch in the side of the leg, at the back of the hip there, maybe up into the back if you're a little bit tight. Good. Now, we're going to do a stretch. We're going to put one leg out in front. Hopefully you have some room in front of you. Hands at your thigh. And I want you to just reach down, kind of glide your hands past your knee, sitting up. Back is tall and hinging at the hips. You should feel this in the back of the thigh. Other side. Again, knee is flat, toe is pointing up, heels down, hand at the lower thigh, and we're going to just bend forward till you feel a stretch up the back of the thigh. Good. Let's move up into the trunk area. So what we're going to do is we're going to curl our back, and then we're going to arch, and then we're going to curl, then we're going to arch. That feels kind of good on the back, doesn't it? Kind of warm up those vertebrae, using the whole back. Good. Now, we're going to put one hand on the thigh. We're going to reach to the back of the chair, and we're going to try and turn and look behind us. Get a nice spinal twist. The taller you sit up, the more you'll feel the stretch. Let's switch sides. Other hand on the other thigh, other hand behind you, and turn your body. Let's do some reaches over our head. Let's stretch out that waistline to the side. Reach over, reach over, reach over, reach over. Should feel maybe a stretch in the waistline, maybe in the ribs. Could feel it all the way up into your shoulder. Good job. Now reach over and we're going to hold. Now you could, if you felt not very stable this way, you could put your hand on the chair next to you. Trying to stretch this side out all the way down. And let's switch sides. Let's roll your shoulders up, back, and around. And then if you can lace your fingers, please do. If you have to hold your wrist, that's fine. Lace your fingers, push your palms towards me, and then lift your hands up over your head and stretch up. So we're stretching shoulders, but getting a nice forearm, hand and wrist stretch as well. Hands behind your head, elbows back. We're now stretching out the chest. Remembering to breathe. Relax your arms. We're going to drop one ear to one shoulder. Try not to bring your shoulder to your ear. So you should feel stretch on this side. And we'll do the other ear to the other shoulder. Bring your head up. Let's roll your shoulders up, back, and around. Kind of get the Rice Krispies out of those shoulder blades back there. They should move. Your shoulder blades should move down across your ribs. Good. Now, we're going to do a movement. I call it a chicken tuck, but it's just pulling your head back over your body. Not an up, down, yes, no nod, but pulling your head back this way. You feel these muscles turn on. This is great for posture. Hands out, reach around. Give yourselves a hug for a job well done. Switch arms. And I wanted to end with, we've been doing a little bit of stress management work as well. So we've been doing some mindfulness practices. And being mindful is just simply being in the here, the now, being present. So it's as easy as just focusing and following your breath. So if you could maybe close your eyes and focus on the in-breath. And the out breath, in breath, out breath. And that is as simple as it is to do a mindful practice. I wanted to thank you for your time today and ask you to, we've also done some gratitude practice, and there's lots of benefits to trying to practice gratitude. So maybe Think of one thing that you're grateful for and how that makes you feel, and try and carry that through the end of this summit and maybe through the rest of your weekend. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Michelle. I'm feeling very refreshed after that demonstration. Keeping physically active is extremely important during this time, and we have heard from the doctors at the clinic that people are really struggling with this during the safer at home period. To help folks get movement into their day, Michelle has graciously put together 2 other videos available on our COVID-19 page. One of them is a full 30-minute seated workout, and the other is an extended seated stretching video. I encourage you to check them out. The next presenter is Dr. John Corboy. Dr. Corboy is the co-director of the Rocky Mountain MS Center at University of Colorado. His research interests and projects include novel therapeutics for MS, treatment decisions in MS care, understanding how long to use conventional DMTs, and defining risk factors for development of MS. Dr. Corboy will discuss the new disease-modifying therapies, or DMTs, that have been approved in the last 12 months, as well as what novel therapies might be coming in the future.
Hi, this is John Corboy. Thanks very much for joining us today for the fall edition of the Education Summit for the Rocky Mountain MS Center. I'm happy to speak with you today, and we're going to talk about what's new in treatments for multiple sclerosis, and then also talk about what might be coming down the road, because we have a lot of exciting things that are potentially going to change over the course of the next few years. All right, so here's our title for today, and here are my disclosures. We will be discussing some off-label use of medications today, not much, but a little bit. So in a broad sense, when you're thinking about treating multiple sclerosis, you might ask the question, how do we approach this? What do we do? And in a perfect world, we would essentially avoid developing it. And there is actually research looking at the major aspects of causes of MS and trying to define if we, what we can change, what we can't. We can't change some of the genetic issues, but we might be able to change other things. But altering the immune system is incredibly important as we think of this as an autoimmune disorder. But you also might want to protect the nerves from dying. We know that there's significant degeneration of nerves, loss of nerves in both the brain and spine, the optic nerves over time with MS. Can we protect the nerves from just the simple degeneration that's maybe separate from acute inflammation? We'd also like to potentially repair the nervous system. We know that there can be damage. You can have damage if you break your arm and it will heal. Can we also do similar things in the brain and the spine? Part of that could be actually replacing damaged cells. We know that there have been all sorts of cellular transplants that have been done over time in medicine. Is this an approach that works for us? And we also know that just having good behaviors, that is eating well, getting good sleep, exercising, not smoking, maintaining a good body mass index are all important. So these are just broad views of how we might approach MS. And realistically, what we do today, primarily the 2 that are in bold and italicized here, that is altering immune system function with all the disease-modifying therapies that we have. And then in addition to good behaviors, as noted here on the bottom, that's where we are right now. Let's talk a little bit about that, and then we'll talk a little bit about where we're going to be going. We know that the present disease-modifying therapies, the DMTs, have a variety of different benefits, and they're all noted here. I'm not going to go through all these, but we can measure these things, and we know that these are important. We know they have impact in the short run, and we know they have impact in the long run as well. And presently, we have quite a few that I'll show you in a second are the approved in the United States by the FDA and other locations by different regulatory agencies. And they're all approved to treat relapsing MS. Some are used to treat the very earliest signs of MS, so-called clinically isolated syndrome, but all going forward likely will be approved for that. Only ocrelizumab, which is misspelled there, I apologize, is approved for primary progressive MS, but many other drugs are sometimes used for that purpose. And with the introduction of siponimod and cladribine last year, now going forward, all of the approvals for relapsing forms of MS will include being approved for clinically isolated syndrome, routine relapsing remitting MS, and then also for so-called secondary progressive MS with activity, which the FDA essentially recognized that there's a continuum between relapsing MS into secondary progressive MS, people who have less and less relapses over time, and perhaps may go into a phase where they just have slow worsening over time, independent of relapses, but that this is really just a form of relapsing, remitting MS that's transitioned into a different phase. But those individuals who have activity, either a new relapse or a new active scan lesion, clearly respond to these medications, whereas perhaps others, especially with further aging, respond less well. And so this is the modern era of medications that we have, and I'm not going to go through every single one of these, noting these are all the ones approved by the FDA, including one, daclizumab, Zimbrida, that was taken off the market in 2018 due to some significant side effects that were seen at an unreasonably high rate. I'd like to just highlight a couple. You always have to highlight the first one. Of course, we had interferon beta 1b, beta seron, called beta-furon in Europe, and that's been available since 1993. So 27 years that we've had an opportunity to treat people with MS. The first drug amongst these that really changed the dynamics for MS could have been maybe mitoxantrone, which is highly effective, but was really dropped from usage with MS because of, again, potential risks. Not long after it gained usage in MS, and this is an old chemotherapy, but really probably natalizumab Tysabri, which was the first more broadly used IV therapy, and clearly was a step up in terms of therapeutic benefit. It also was the first drug that went off the market, but then came back on the market. And this, as many of you know, is due to the infection, PML, progressive multifocal leukoencephalopathy, resulting in it off the market, being off the market for a year and a half, then came back on with a risk mitigation strategy. The first oral therapy was fingolimod, Gilenya. The first pediatrically approved for MS usage drug is also Gilenya, and it's approved at 2 different doses. Alemtuzumab was interesting. It was a repurposing, similar to mitoxantrone, was a repurposing from a drug that was used to treat cancer, in this case, leukemias and lymphomas. A very highly effective drug, but this really maybe set the bar for a highly effective drug, but also with some significant risks, and really forcing us to weigh at a high level the concept of risk versus benefit. The first generic in our world was generic glutamer acetate. There are now 2 products, Glatopa, and then also a Mylan product that was just approved more recently, actually won a patent battle more recently. Daclizumab is the first one that was removed from the market and stayed off the market. Ocrelizumab is noted here because it had a significant impact in a relatively short period of time, because it offered perhaps the greatest combination of convenience with only twice-a-year usage, efficacy with a very high effectiveness profile, but also the safety profile, at least in the short run, and probably also in the long run, is actually quite good, but it offered a more lasting but relatively safe profile compared to, say, alemtuzumab or mitoxantrone. Siponimod was perhaps the first, well, maybe the interferons were the first sort of look-alike drugs, but siponimod was the first drug that really ushered in a new era where we've had a large expansion of different drugs in the same class, but also this is the first drug that was officially approved for secondary progressive MS. Diroximel fumarate, similarly, is another look-alike drug. This is a look-alike drug for Tecfidera, and I put those 2 together because they really represent this expansion of further medicines in the same class. So let's talk a little bit more about the details of that. In terms of the way we use drugs, all those things I just mentioned are on label. That is, they're approved for multiple sclerosis, but we also have off-label use of medication. That is a drug that's approved by the FDA or other regulatory agency for condition X, but presumably due to mechanism of action, MOA, or that condition X bears similarities to condition Y. That drug is tried in a large number of people numbers of people with condition Y and shown to be potentially effective. In our world, the most important example of that is rituximab, which was approved to treat lymphoma, then later rheumatoid arthritis and other rheumatologic conditions. And it was felt that the mechanism of action, which was to deplete certain white blood cells, the so-called B cells or B lymphocytes, might be useful in MS. And in fact, it was studied in MS and ultimately led Genentech to more formally go forward with ocrelizumab, abandoning rituximab studies, ocrelizumab being a very similar molecule but not identical, and then ultimately led a different company, Novartis, to get approval for ofatumumab, which is in the same family, but which is given subcutaneously under the skin, which was just approved in the last few months. And so we now have an off-label use with rituximab and two on-label uses with slightly different ways that they're given, one by vein and one given subcutaneously at home once per month. But the off-label use of rituximab actually led to the development of those two other drugs. Generic drugs are those that are copies that one company makes of a brand name drug. The first in our world, again, was Copaxone, being the generic being glatiramer acetate, being developed by a different company, essentially once the patent is expired. It's the same active ingredient, works the same way with the same risks, same benefits, should be equivalent in dosage, etc. The inactive ingredient should be acceptable, has the same label as the brand name medication, and that company can make the drug consistently. All of these things are required, but it does not require that trials be done to prove effectiveness. There's an assumption that since it's essentially identical or very, very similar, that the outcomes are the same. The biggest difference is, of course, that there's a savings cost to the patient and then, of course, to the insurance company versus the brand name. And here are some generics in our world now, and several of these have just been approved in the last year. So we know that we've had glatiramer acetate, Copaxone generics, Glatopa several years ago, glatiramer acetate just very recently after winning a patent, after getting approval. Fingolimod a year ago, 3 different ones were approved, but this has really not made much of an impact in the market, at least not in the United States. It's not clear if these are being used elsewhere in the world. It's not clear if this will change in January as well. And then more recently, dimethyl fumarate, Tecfidera, Biogen did lose a patent battle with Mylan, and Mylan is now actually being used. And in the last several weeks, several of my patients have been asked to switch to the Mylan version, the generic version of dimethyl fumarate, and we'll see going forward how much of an impact that has in our market. Again, these are generics. They're felt to be similar, chemically, proven similar chemically. Biosimilars are sort of like generics, but they are different. These are highly similar molecules modeled after other biological drugs. Biological drugs are actually those that are used in, that are actually made in living organisms, either in yeast, bacteria, or animal or plant cells. And that's an important part of what the development of the biological is. And these involve large complex molecules as opposed to the relatively more straightforward just chemicals, similar to dimethyl fumarate or Tecfidera. In this case, approval requires it be highly similar and contain no meaningful clinical differences. And it does require more clinical testing than generics. And thus the price savings is generally a little bit less. And so, for example, Truxima is a biosimilar of rituximab. Now, rituximab is an off-label drug, but Truxima is further off-label in that it's even just a biosimilar of rituximab. But at Kaiser, they've been using Truxima in place of rituximab, again, from a savings point of view, for quite some time. So this is an example of not something that's just off-label, but also even a biosimilar of something's off-label. And the biologicals in our world include some of the older medicines. Interferons are all made in either bacterial cells or mammalian cells. All the monoclonal antibodies, Tysabri, Lemtrada, Ocrevus, Rituximab, ofatumumab, and others that are coming are considered biologicals. And I just mentioned Truxima. So we have quite a few examples, including several of the recent drugs, the most recent being perhaps ofatumumab, which is in the same class as rituximab and ocrelizumab. We also have prodrugs, and we have new examples of this as well. A drug is a substance used to treat an illness, relieve a symptom, or modify a chemical process in the body for a specific purpose. A prodrug is a drug that is administered in an inactive form and that is then metabolized in the body into a biologically active compound. And we actually have several examples of this potentially in MS. Again, Tecfidera, dimethyl fumarate, and diroximel fumarate, which was also new just last year in 2019. They're both metabolized once ingested into the body by oral technique. They're both metabolized into monomethyl fumarate. And that is the most active ingredient actually in the drug. So these are prodrugs. You take them into your body, they become another drug, and that is the active ingredient. And now, just approved a month or so ago, monomethyl fumarate, bifirtam is the trade name, has actually been approved as a separate molecule for MS. So you skip the prodrug, you just go right to bifirtam, and it remains to be seen, again, what impact that this will have in the insurance market. Will the insurance companies be wanting us to use this? Will this actually be priced in such a way that it will be cheaper? But this is brand new, just got approved a few weeks ago. And Vumerity and bifirtam both have less GI tract problems compared to Tecfidera. Tecfidera is notably associated with 30 to 40% of people having significant nausea, vomiting, belly pain, even diarrhea sometimes when they first take it. So we have to ramp it up very slowly, take it with medication, take it with food. And these issues are significantly more limited, especially with Vumerity and possibly with bifirtam, although the data is not as good for bifirtam as it is for Vumerity. Similarly, a medicine we really don't use, leflunomide, Arava, which is used quite a bit in rheumatoid arthritis. When you ingest that, it is metabolized into teriflunomide, which is Abaja, which is approved for MS. This is also another prodrug then, although it's in theory off-label then and also probably cheaper, but it's not really been studied or used much in MS. But it probably could be because the active ingredient is probably the teriflunomide, which is what we use, Abaja. So what are the potential advantages of some of these newer DMTs compared to the prior usage? So the ofatumumab, just approved a couple months ago, perhaps offers greater convenience than either rituximab or ocrelizumab because it's given subcutaneously at home. You don't have to go somewhere for infusion. If you live in, say, a rural part of Colorado or elsewhere and need to drive 2 or 3 hours for an infusion, that can be quite challenging. That would be potentially an advantage for you to be able to control your own injection at home. I did not mention, but hopefully coming soon will be extended dosing Tysabri. That is, do you really need to use Tysabri every 4 weeks? Can you get by with every 6 weeks? And there is a study that should read out hopefully sometime in early to mid next year that will tell us if using the drug every 6 weeks is equivalent to using it every 4 weeks. If so, from a convenience point of view, that would reduce your number of infusions by about 1/3, and that would be definitely more convenient for patients. There might also be issues related to, as I mentioned, less GI tract side effects. So the new Vumerity and the new bifirtam have less GI tract side effects perhaps compared to Tecfidera. So that's a potential advantage. Siponimod and ozanimod. Ozanimod just approved very recently. Ozanimod, siponimod, and fingolimod, soon to be joined by ponesimod, are all in the so-called family of sphingosine 1-phosphate modulators. These are the newer ones, are a little bit more easily started compared to fingolimod, which requires a first dose monitoring for about 6 to 8 hours in your home. And ozanimod requires neither that nor the genetic testing that siponimod requires. So a little bit easier to start the drug is an advantage. And then the fingolimod, glatiramer acetate, and dimethyl fumarate generics. And I did not mention, but I did mention actually that there's a dimethyl fumarate generic now as well. These are all cheaper. It's not clear if that's better for the patient, but it's clearly better for the insurance company. And the hope, of course, is that it's better for both the insurance company and the patient. But overall, from a healthcare costs in society, cheaper is probably good so long as they are equivalent. So a lot of new generics, a lot of new lookalike drugs, which are perhaps more convenient or offer side effect benefits, all of which in the last couple of years that are potentially going to really change the way we use the medicines that are available. But what's coming? And this gets at what are the unmet needs in multiple sclerosis? And clearly the unmet need of greatest note is what about progressive MS patients? All of the therapies that we've described so far are clearly more beneficial in those individuals who are younger and who have active disease, meaning recent relapses or recent scan changes. This is true pretty much across the board with these medications. But what about patients who have mostly not been studied, people who are over the age of 50, people with progressive MS? Can we develop therapies in that context? Can we protect the nerves from degeneration, enhance normal repair, enhance replacement of damaged cells? Let's talk a little bit about that. This is just a graphic, and so please don't try to read through all this, but it's just a reminder for me when I give this talk to just say that there are pathological changes that occur in multiple sclerosis as people age. In the earlier forms with relapsing MS and clinically isolated syndrome, going into a phase where there's both relapses and progression, and those individuals who really have disease more dominated by progression, either secondary progressive MS if it's been preceded by relapses, or primary progressive MS if it has not been preceded by relapses. We know that there are differences in the pathology. There's acute inflammation with waves of the lymphocytes, white blood cells, entering the central nervous system when patients are younger with relapsing forms of MS. A lot of disturbance of the blood-brain barrier, which we see when we inject the dye as part of the MRI scans and can see the dye leak into the nervous system. And you see these new active inflammatory lesions. These pathological changes change somewhat as people age, and there's much less of these waves of lymphocytes coming into the nervous system, but more of what we think of as trapped inflammation. We see different types of immune cells, especially microglia may be more important. We see that they're in the lining of the brain, the meninges on the outer portion of the brain and spine, that there's inflammation with aggregates of B lymphocytes and plasma cells, which make the antibodies. There may be slow expansion of pre-existing lesions as opposed to a lot of new lesions. In fact, we don't see a lot of new lesions, but we may see expansion of these older lesions and other things, especially dominated by atrophy as people age, because aging also contributes to atrophy. And the disease mechanisms are not hugely different between them. There's so-called oxidative injury, hydrogen peroxide, think of hydrogen peroxide and what it might do to tissues. Similar to that, mitochondrial dysfunction. The mitochondria are the power plant of the cell. They make the energy for the cell. This becomes much more prominent as people age. There can be damage and dropout of mitochondria, mutations that are seen in the DNA of the mitochondria. And there can be other things, iron accumulation, that are much less prominent with the younger patients. And actually microglial activation should be very important actually on this side as people age as well. And as I'll talk about in a minute, that might play a very prominent role in some of the damage that we see as people age. And this is a lot of gobbledygook here, so please don't pay attention to it. It's just a reminder for me to talk about a whole new class of medications, of which there are multiple different drugs and multiple different companies involved, and multiple different types of studies, especially in progressive MS, looking at tyrosine kinase inhibitors. So I just want to give you a little bit of background. Again, don't worry about all the gobbledygook. The tyrosine kinases are enzymes. They're inside cells, intracellular, and they mediate phosphorylation, that is dropping a phosphate group onto molecules. And what happens with this, you move a phosphate from one molecule to another molecule. And this results in signaling inside cells that tells cells to either turn on or turn off one or more regulatory or metabolic functions. And this is a reversible mechanism. That's a major thing that's used by all cells in order to control how the cell turns on, turns off, changes over time with regard to metabolism. it plays a key role in numerous processes. It controls cellular proliferation, that is making more cells, differentiation, becoming the cell that ultimately has its main job for that cell line, regulating cell growth, that is literally the growth of the cell, metabolism inside the cell, and cell survival, as well as programmed cell death or apoptosis, which is a normal part of all cellular development and differentiation over time. So this is a major process by which the many different aspects of cellular function are controlled is by adding this phosphate group from one molecule to another. And so a number of these things would be relevant if you were able to inhibit them and would maybe stop an overgrowth of a cell that you don't want to be growing too much, or stop some of the processes of those cells that would be potentially damaging in multiple sclerosis or other conditions. And so over the course of the last 7 to 8 years, there have been several very early reports about tyrosine kinase inhibitors that would block some of the functions in different cells, because each cell line may have a different type of tyrosine kinase that they use, and you might inhibit them in different cells different ways. So Mastinib is a tyrosine kinase inhibitor that's been studied, and actually the first report of this, I think, was back in 2012, but in a very recent report that we saw at ECTRIMS in progressive MS patients, this showed a 37% reduction in progression of disability versus placebo, and there are ongoing studies that are relevant to this. The category that has gathered the most interest, however, are the Bruton's tyrosine kinase inhibitors, BTK inhibitors. These, the BTK, the Bruton's tyrosine kinase, they transmit signals via a variety of cell surface molecules, that is on the outside of a surface. There'll be an interaction between a receptor and a molecule, and then this gets transitioned inside the cell, and there are all sorts of cellular functions after that that can be altered with this signaling message, especially in cells of the bone marrow or hematopoietic lineage. There are some exceptions, not T lymphocytes, not natural killer cells, and not plasma cells, but many cells, and especially B lymphocytes, are affected by this. And so there are multiple inhibitors of these tyrosine kinases that are being studied in MS in both relapsing forms as well as progressive forms. Some are super selective for targets related to cell B lymphocyte function. Others are not so selective. Some bind very tightly and irreversibly to their receptors on the surface of the cell. Some do not. And the effects may be seen both in relapsing MS, primarily because they have similar but different types of impacts on B lymphocytes. And we know that the B lymphocyte is important because we know that rituximab, ocrelizumab, ofatumumab, and other drugs that are being studied have profound effects on deleting B lymphocytes, and that's beneficial for MS. And that, in this case, it has to do with proliferation and development of B cells, but may also be useful in progressive MS by, these are many of them small molecules. They're able to pass through the blood-brain barrier and interact directly with cells inside the nervous system, and especially affect what's known as the innate immune system, not the B lymphocytes and the T lymphocytes, which we talk about a great deal, which are very important outside of the central nervous system. But there are cells inside the innate immune system, especially microglia, and microglia are very important, have many different forms inside the nervous system, may change over time inside the nervous system. And these are potentially involved in the pathogenesis, that is the disease-causing mechanism seen in progressive MS. So the hope is that these would potentially be neuroprotective agents that would stop some of the damage that occurs, which comes long after these acute inflammatory waves when people are 25 or 30 years old that I talked about previously. And so these may stop the degeneration of cells inside the central nervous system, and we're very interested to see where these will go. In addition, though, there are other so-called neuroprotective agents which are either under study or which have completed some studies. Biotin, vitamin B7, we are very interested in because a preliminary study suggested it might be useful for progressive MS. Unfortunately, very recently, a second larger study showed that it was unfortunately negative. It produced no significant impact. We're presently involved with a study that's at our place being run by Dr. Gross in our group with alpha lipoic acid. It's an antioxidant. And a second study is being performed also in progressive MS called LAP-MS right now. And it'll probably be a couple of years before we have the data for this. Simvastatin, also potentially an antioxidant. Simvastatin is one of the statin drugs used to help control cholesterol levels. But Dr. Vollmer and I, many years ago, participated in the very first simvastatin study in MS, showing some potential benefits in relapsing MS. But more recently, a study in Europe showed some potential benefit in progressive MS, and a second larger study is being done in Europe and is actually close to being finished. If this shows that it is also beneficial in the second study, it is notable that simvastatin is relatively cheap. There are many generics that are available. It also has been studied in many people. It's been used around the world for many years, and we have a large amount of safety data about it. And so it would potentially have easy introduction into our world if the second study shows that it's beneficial. So these approaches and others potentially can protect cells from dying, neurons and the oligodendrocytes that make the myelin wrapping, perhaps stop them from dying at the same rate, and then slow progression based on that. But in addition, what about making more myelin? There have been quite a few molecules studied in this regard so far, and more coming. What we do know about remyelination, to repair the myelin, is that it is inhibited by many different molecules inside the brain and spine. And thus, many of the different molecules that have been looked at to try to help with remyelination have somehow tried to inhibit the inhibitors, that is, stop that inhibition so that the normal cells that are actually present inside the brain and spine can do their job, can do their business, and actually perform the remyelination. And a number of medications have been studied, which are even simple molecules that have been around for years. Clemastine, which is just an antihistamine, was found by studies that were just looking at so-called high throughput analysis of molecules that were similar to molecules that were known to have potential benefit in the animal models of MS, and was shown to be potentially beneficial in the animal model of MS, has now been transitioned to studies in humans. So far, the studies have shown very modest benefits, not tremendous benefits, but there's still ongoing studies with this, and we'll see if this has any impact on repairing myelin. If so, again, this is a very simple molecule. It's been around for many years. It's essentially Tavis-D, if you're familiar with that product, and would be cheap, easy, and easily introduced in our world if it can show significant benefits in MS. On a more high-tech side, a monoclonal antibody, opicinatumab, an anti-LINGO-1 molecule, was recently abandoned by Biogen after many years of development. And the animal model of MS was quite successful, but they tried it in several different studies. Two big ones, Synergy and Affinity, were studies. And unfortunately, these studies in many different types of MS and aspects of MS really did not show much in the way of benefit. And really just about 3 weeks ago was abandoned by Biogen in this context. Another molecule that has been around for many years to be found useful in other conditions, in this case, diabetes. Another one is metformin. Metformin is a molecule that's been used for many years. It's generic at this point, and has found to be very helpful for diabetes. In animal models of MS, it also looks to be neuroprotective. It reduces metabolism inside cells. It also is probably an antioxidant, both of which are potentially relevant in neuroprotection. But also, it looks to be potentially helpful for remyelination as well in the animal models of MS. So this might be useful potentially as an add-on agent to our disease-modifying therapies. There is one phase 1 study in children underway in Toronto, and it's not clear if anybody has yet planned a study in humans, but we've been talking about this ourselves, and again, using this as an add-on agent might be useful. And then finally, let's talk a little bit about stem cells. There's been a huge amount of discussion about stem cells for many years in many conditions, originally developed to treat leukemias and other conditions where the bone marrow itself was damaged, and taking bone marrow derived stem cells at first from others, and then later transitioning to using stem cells from the individual itself and transitioning to study other conditions other than leukemias and cancers. Stem cells have been studied now for the last 15 to 20 years in MS and other autoimmune conditions. The concept being that if you have an autoimmune condition, there's a disturbance within the immune system, and perhaps you could just start over. You could reboot the immune system, and you could do this by taking stem cells out of the bone marrow, taking the ones that you would like, the very specific ones that would be developed into cells that would replace the bone marrow itself, and then destroying the bone marrow with high-dose chemotherapy, similar to what's seen for cancer, and then replacing that bone marrow that was taken out before, putting that back into the body, and essentially recreating the immune system, which presumably with naive cells that have not been programmed to have these bad effects to either affect MS in the nervous system, or rheumatoid arthritis in the joints, or any of a number of other organisms that are autoimmune conditions where there's disturbance of the immune-based cells. And we can think of stem cells in many different sort of time frames. A totipotent stem cell can make an entire individual, and this, of course, would be the best example is a fertilized egg. We know that a fertilized egg is the perfect stem cell because it can make an entire creature. Pluripotent stem cells, one step down from that, these make all but the fetus. That is, these are placental cells, for example. They cannot make a fetus, but they can become pretty much any other cell in the body. And we participated in studies with placental stem cells in the last 5 to 7 years or so. And there are some issues with the placental cells and making cells from the placenta that have really sort of crushed this approach in a big picture sense. But then there are multipotent cells, and these are not, they can't make the entire body or anything like that, but they can make a smaller number of cells that ultimately will become the cells that are fully differentiated, the cells that are inside your body, in your kidney, your liver, your skin, your eyes, wherever they are, and they can do the form and the function that is. Maybe they're retinal cells in the back of your eye. And we know in the nervous system that there are neurons, nervous cells, astrocytes, the most prominent cell, the most common cell inside the nervous system, and it's a supportive cell and interacts with both neurons and with oligodendrocytes. And these are the cells that make the myelin wrapping that goes around the axons, the cables from one nerve to the next. And in other organ systems, you also have other differentiated cells. So what about using these kinds of cells, these so-called precursor cells that are not quite fully differentiated, but markedly differentiated down one particular path? In this case, we're interested in the nervous system. Can we somehow use these to repair damaged cells or replace them? And this is just another sort of cartoon showing totipotent, and then we have pluripotent, and then the multipotent cells, and the ones that might become neural cells, cardiac muscle, blood cells, or others. And a variation of, and I'll come to that next, sorry. And so the sources of stem cells or precursor cells could come from very many places. Arguably, the best source would be embryonic cells. These would come from fetuses, however, and obviously the choice for this is the most ethically challenging, but also perhaps the least available, because these come from aborted fetuses, which is challenging on so many levels that there's very little research at this point in time, and other choices have been looked at. Placental cells, I mentioned briefly a moment ago, these are easily available. There are no ethical issues, and they are inducible. That is, you can make them become other things, and they're expandable. That is, you can grow them in culture and make many more cells. The problem is one placenta compared to a different placenta is not really the same type of cell. That's actually different when you get them from different placentas. And from an approval point of view, this is very challenging. In addition, some of the placental studies, we did have some side effects that when we ramped up the dose, there were some concerns about it. But adult stem cells, These are stem cells that are already present inside the body. You can get these either from the bone marrow, so-called stroma, and I'll show that in a second, or you can actually potentially induce these from other cells that are in your body, perhaps in fat cells or in skin cells. And you may be able to take these already differentiated cells and essentially take a cell, say here, make it go backwards, and then come out a different lineage. And that actually has been done. And the Nobel Prize was awarded for this about a decade ago. So you can get either from bone marrow stroma, or you can get from other cells and do so-called inducible pluripotent stem cells to create adult-based stem cells. And here are the bone marrow stromal cells. They can either become just the bone marrow cells, like I mentioned before, the ones that have been used for many years in stem cell studies, or they can also become, these are so-called mesenchymal stem cells. They can go to a very restricted number of lineages, including bone, cartilage, etc., but including nerve cells. So that is a potential source, and studies in animal models of MS show these mesenchymal stem cells actually are useful in the animal model of MS. So in a broad sense, the types of cells that we would consider using in multiple sclerosis would either be the bone marrow derived cells that would reboot the immune system, like I talked about 3 or 4 minutes ago. And studies show that these likely do benefit younger patients with active disease. We're just about to start. It started nationally with a couple of patients, but we are participants in the Beat MS trial. This is best available therapy MS study in relapsing MS patients with active disease while they're taking standard drugs. They will get autologous hematopoietic stem cell transplant after high-dose immunoablation therapy, what I described. That is, you take the stem cells out, you store them, you crush the bone marrow and give back those stem cells. And this will be compared head-to-head, 50-50, to best available therapy, which means either Lemtrada or ocrelizumab or rituximab or nalezumab, Tysabri, as a comparator. So this will be the largest, best done comparator study to see really, does it make more sense to do this procedure, which does have some significant risks associated with it, or is it better just to use best available therapy? In addition, there are now stem cell studies looking at neural precursor cells, just the ones I just described a moment ago, the ones that have gone down that lineage partway, but not completely, to become neural cells. And can these repair brain and spine cells? They could do this perhaps one of 2 ways. They can either simply replace the damaged cells themselves, become fully differentiated, and literally just set up shop and become those cells, or more likely, these probably produce a variety of growth factors that would stimulate cells already present inside the central nervous system to then become more fully differentiated and to do their jobs, to actually make more nerves, make more oligodendrocytes, make the outgrowths of the nerves connect to other nerves. And there are phase 1 and phase 2 studies underway right now where you would take neural precursor cells, inject them into the spinal fluid by essentially a reverse spinal tap. You push stuff in, not take stuff out with a spinal tap. And then if these phase 1-2 studies show that it is safe to do this and that there's that the cells survive and that they are able to at least produce some of these growth factors, larger phase 3 studies will be accomplished. So the main take-home points today are that the pace of drug development is rapid and ongoing. We've been focused on disease-modifying therapies in one sort of form of multiple sclerosis, that is immunotherapy. And many of the recent approvals are either Me-Too drugs or generics, or they may offer some convenience, cost, or side effect benefits. But there are some new drugs, new classes. The BTK inhibitors are one important class potentially that may have dual action in both relapsing MS and progressive MS, the greatest unmet need in our world. But there are also neuroprotective approaches, and they may well bear fruit. Remyelination has been tough so far, but I wonder if metformin and perhaps some others might be useful in this regard. And there are multiple types of stem cell studies under study right now offering potential repair of brain and spine cells. So it remains an incredibly hopeful era for us. We've been very blessed by having over 25 different choices now with all the generics and all the lookalike drugs and different drugs that are available. But we need things more, especially for progressive MS patients. And I think that these newer approaches, more challenging though they may be, offer some real hope in this area. So thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much for participating today. Thanks very much and have a great day.
Thank you, Dr. Corboy. It is exciting to know that there are so many different treatment options available for people with MS and with new ones in the pipeline. Our next speaker specializes not only in MS, but also autoimmune neurological diseases and other inflammatory diseases of the central nervous system. Dr. Amanda Piquet is a graduate of Penn State University's School of Medicine and completed her neurology residency at Harvard's neurology program at Massachusetts General Hospital and Brigham and Women's Hospital. She completed a neuroimmunology autoimmune neurology fellowship at the University of Utah. Today, she's going to give us an update on the biology of MS and related diseases.
Hi, my name is Dr. Amanda Piquet. I'm here as part of the Rocky Mountain MS Center group of physicians. My role in the group is not only seeing MS patients, but as well as autoimmune neurologic patients. And here today, we're going to give a talk on the update on the biology of MS and related disease. We're going to discuss the immune system, particularly the adaptive part of the immune system that drives treatment decisions in MS, as well as other autoimmune neurologic disorders. We will also spend some time focusing on those antibody-mediated or autoimmune demyelinating disorders that can go undiagnosed as MS. So MS is strongly linked to the immune system through various mechanisms, including its genetics, evidence from neuropathology, and cerebral spinal fluid studies, as well as there's clear benefit responses to treatments that act on the immune system. Now, beyond MS, we will discuss autoimmune neurologic disease. This category makes up a group of various diseases, all of which are caused by an antibody-mediated process. The way these diseases work is that an individual has a dysfunctional immune system, which in turn causes the development of autoantibodies that recognize parts of the nervous system. And when these antibodies recognize part of the nervous system as self-antigens, it causes neurologic dysfunction. Now, these triggers can be caused by various reasons. Sometimes they're called idiopathic, meaning we don't really know. Sometimes it's driven by an infectious process, also known as a para-infectious process, or even cancer-related, such as paraneoplastic. The idea of an immune-mediated mechanism causing neurologic syndromes in the setting of cancer, as well as viruses, was first described in the 19th century. In 1965, Wilkinson and colleagues discovered a neuronal antibody in 4 patients with a small cell lung cancer who developed sensory neuropathy. It wasn't until the 1980s, however, when studies began describing specific neuronal antibodies found in the context of different antibody syndromes. And then after that point in time, things really began to accelerate. In 1983, Greenlee and Brashear identified another Purkinje cell antibody in patients with ovarian cancer and cerebellar degeneration, in which case this is an autoimmune neurologic disease that causes problems with walking and balance. Then in 1985, a group with Posner at Memorial Sloan Kettering Cancer Center began describing different paraneoplastic neurological symptoms in patients. The field really started to evolve in 2004, and that was when neuromyelitis optica, or NMO, was discovered in the setting of aquaporin 4 positive antibodies. This is also known as the NMO antibody, which we will discuss later in a bit. This was discovered by Dr. Van der Linden at the Mayo Clinic. Initially, NMO was once thought to be a form of multiple sclerosis, and this occurred before the discovery of this antibody. Neurologists speculated about whether NMO and MS were actually the same or if they were a different disease. Now it is very clear that NMO is a distinct clinical and pathological disorder. Although the initial clinical presentation can often mimic MS, as we will later discuss, because patients present with optic neuritis and spinal cord lesions, it is very important to differentiate between these two diseases because they have different treatments. The field of autoimmune neurology really exploded after the discovery of NMDA receptor encephalitis in 2007, as you can see with all these antibodies here on the right side of the screen. NMDA receptor encephalitis was described by Professor Dowmow's group in the setting of 4 young women who developed this syndrome of memory problems, psychiatric symptoms, and decreased consciousness with breathing issues. And all these patients were found to have an ovarian teratoma. Subsequently, NMDA receptor encephalitis was described in children, men, and women without teratomas. Beyond just NMDA receptor encephalitis, other antibodies against cell surface and synaptic antigens have been identified with increase in frequency, as you can see in red. The discovery of these cell surface antibodies has shaped the landscape of autoimmune neurology. It is recognized that many of these antibody syndromes can be readily treatable with immune therapies, and some of these immune therapies overlap with the treatment approaches used in MS, and some are different, and we're going to get into this in a little bit. So first, let's take a step back and review some of the basics of the immune system. We need to understand the immune system and how the interplay between the immune system and the nervous system can cause autoimmune disease. There are 2 main parts of the immune system, including the innate immune system, which is covered here in purple, and the adaptive immune system, which is covered here in this pinkish red. The innate immune system is what you're born with, and it's ready to go to fight any kind of foreign bug or infection right away, and it's your first defense. What we will focus on today is the adaptive immune system. This consists of 2 main parts: B cells and T cells. The adaptive immune system is created in response to an exposure, so it can take a couple weeks to kick in. However, when it is activated, you get a very specific response, and that response is aimed at the offending target, such as an illness. What I want you to focus on here next is the B cells. These cells create antibodies. And so what is an antibody? An antibody is an immune globulin, or basically a fancy word for a protein, that is produced by the immune system to help fight infection. When the immune system starts to misbehave, then antibodies are created by the immune system that attack your body instead of a virus or infection. Now, let's get back to MS. Although MS clearly involves the immune system, whether MS is truly an autoimmune disease has not been definitively proven, meaning we don't yet have a clear identified MS antibody. And I do say yet. There are folks here on campus, specifically Dr. Bennett is a leader on campus that continues to study this in his lab. And so we continue to learn more and more as time evolves. Now, there have been a lot of lessons regarding the immunology of MS that have been learned, some by accident, and those are from clinical trials. It was really the discovery of monoclonal antibodies, specifically that deplete circulating B cells, that led to the decisive establishment of a critical role of B cells in MS pathogenesis. We have studies now on 3 different monoclonal antibodies that essentially destroy or lyse the CD20 B cells, and those are rituximab, ocrelizumab, and ofatuzumab. And they've all shown a rapid and profound reduction in clinical relapses and MRI changes with gadolinium enhancing lesions in MS. Interestingly, almost all other approved disease-modifying treatments for relapsing MS reduce B cells, especially memory B cells. It is not known if the major role of B cells occurs in the central nervous system or the peripheral immune system, or both. Again, exactly how B cells exert this role in MS is not fully understood. You could see here in this figure in panel A on the left-hand side is the traditional view of how we thought about MS, meaning it was a T cell driven process and the T cells were the main contributor and controlled everything else. We have learned a lot throughout the years, and in panel B on the right-hand side is an updated view of how we see B cells. And in this updated view, the B cell is a full participant in a complex network, meaning it interacts, there's two-way communication between the T cells as well as other innate cells such as macrophages. So let's move on from MS. I'm going to talk next about some autoimmune demyelinating diseases. There's two diseases I want to talk about today, and this is neuromyelitis optica spectrum disorder, or also known as NMO, and this is driven by the antibody called the aquaporin 4 antibody. The other disease is referred to as MOG antibody disease, or also known as MOGAD. And this is the MOG antibody, or myelin oligodendrocyte glycoprotein antibody. And why are these two diseases important to talk about? Well, they can look a lot like MS. All three of these diseases can cause white matter brain lesions. All can look like MS. They attack the spinal cord and cause lesions that can look like MS. And they can attack the optic nerve and cause optic neuritis, just like MS. And so one has to be aware of these diseases when you're working up multiple sclerosis. And some of the key features in terms of the workup include blood work to test for these antibodies, as well as CSF studies or lumbar punctures. So again, NMO is an autoimmune disorder distinct from MS. It is important to recognize because as part of the diagnostic workup in MS, we should be checking this antibody in certain clinical scenarios. And again, that is extremely important because the treatments can be different. Now, moving on to MOG antibody-related disease. There's actually a subset of patients with recurrent optic neuritis and spinal cord lesions that look identical to NMO disease, but they don't have an aquaporin 4 antibody. And some of these patients were starting to realize that this may be caused to another antibody called anti-MOG. In fact, this particular antibody just became commercially available for testing in 2017. So what that means is we're still learning a lot about this disease. And so we can have presentations that look a lot like NMO or NMO spectrum disease, that you don't have an aquaporin 4 antibody, but you have a positive MOG antibody. You can have clinical syndromes of transverse myelitis. You can have syndromes of encephalitis, which is inflammation of the brain, often causing confusion, sometimes seizures. One of the most common presentations, particularly in adults, is optic neuritis, and it's often optic neuritis that involves both eyes and reoccurs. And then lastly, there's a small set of patients that present with something called 8M, which is acute disseminated encephalomyelitis, which you get white matter lesions in the brain and in the spinal cord, and it occurs quite abruptly and often occurs in children. So why is this important? Well, understanding the importance of B cells and how this impacts therapy and MS and related diseases, we're going to move here to this slide. Now, this looks like a very complex slide, but basically this is just the spectrum of the B cell functions and where these different therapies can impact the B cells. Understanding this has provided working points for distinct therapeutic interventions. Here are B cell therapies in MS. Right in the center, we have anti-CD20 therapies. Two of these Medications are FDA approved now for MS, ocrelizumab and ofatuzumab. Rituximab is very similar to ocrelizumab, but does not have FDA approval, but we use this quite commonly. We have S1P receptor modulators, which don't directly work on the B cells, but they are important in shuttling the B cells from the lymph nodes to the periphery. And these medications include fingolimod, siponimod, and ozanimod. And then there's additional S1P receptor modulators still in trials, posaunimod. Moving on to NMO, we have the anti-CD20s. Rituximab is often used in NMO. Now, this medication has been used for several years. It does not have FDA approval. It has not been studied in randomized controlled clinical trials in NMO, but we have used it for many years and we know it works in patients quite well. 2019, however, was a very exciting year for NMO spectrum disease because it was the first time we had FDA approved therapies for NMO. And not just one, but now we have 3. So starting in 2019, this began with eculizumab. We got FDA approval. This was the very first treatment used for NMO with FDA approval. This was shortly followed by inebilizumab, followed by the most recent one, satralizumab. So moving on from rituximab, I'm going to point out here how these other drugs work in NMO spectrum disease. Inebilizumab is an anti-CD19 drug, very similar to rituximab with the anti-CD20s. It's just a difference of what that receptor is on the B cell. And you can see right underneath the red box I have here, this first blue box shows you where rituximab works. This next red box shows you where inebilizumab works. And you can see that it acts on just more of the B cells. So potentially maybe a little more potent. Satralizumab targets IL-6 or interleukin-6, and this protein signals immune cells and activates the B cells. What's unique about this particular drug, unlike the others that I just discussed in NMO, the anti-CD20 and the anti-CD19, this is an injection that goes under the skin. So it's not an IV medicine or an infusion medication. And then last but not least, especially since this was the first one with FDA approval, we went in reverse order, eculizumab. And the way this works is it binds complement and basically inhibits the complement cascade, which is critical in inflammation. Now, typically your complement system enhances the ability of antibodies to work against bacteria. It causes a lot of inflammation. And inhibiting this system stops the inflammation in its tracks. And it's really a key pathway that causes destruction in NMO because NMO antibodies like to activate the complement system. And this activation and this inflammation causes damage to the nervous system. So what about MOGAD or MOG antibody disease? Like I said, this antibody wasn't commercially available for testing until 2017. So we are still learning a lot. It is really unclear if this is truly a pathogenic antibody, meaning we know in NMO, the aquaporin 4 antibody is the problem. That antibody is activating complement. That antibody itself is attacking the nervous system. But we don't know with MOGAD, and studies are ongoing trying to figure this out. So without knowing that information and knowing the biology behind MOGAD, what is the best therapy? Are B cells the best therapy? They might not be if this is a primary T cell driven process. And so Again, very limited data. There is no clinical trials in MOGAD. Hopefully we will be there in the next couple of years. But right now, all we have is retrospective. So looking back in time to see how patients do on various medications. Rituximab has been used. It's not, it reduces relapse, but doesn't seem to have a profound effect that we see in MS and NMO. One study did come out, and the medication that seems to work so far the best with reducing relapses is something called IVIG, or intravenous immune globulin. But the verdict is really still out, and we still need to study this more. So in summary, understanding the immune system is critical in MS, as well as other autoimmune neurologic diseases. Also, I hope you take away with this: antibody testing in the appropriate clinical setting can be very important in the diagnostic workup of MS. And finding these antibodies is critically important, as these diseases, as identifying these antibodies has important implications for treatment, since some things significantly overlap with MS and some do not. So thank you for tuning in. I hope you enjoyed this presentation and enjoy the rest of the webinar.
Thank you, Dr. Piquet. The field of autoimmune neurology is certainly expanding rapidly. We know that 2020 has been a difficult and challenging year for many people's mental health. We would like to give you some tools to help you ground yourself in the present with mindfulness. Alyssa Berlinger is a licensed clinical social worker who provides counseling services through the MS Center as well as in private practice. For the next 15 minutes, she is going to walk us through what mindfulness is, what it isn't, how it might help you, and then she'll demonstrate a few different techniques that you can try. You can also press pause to take a break, and the video will resume where you left off when you press play again. We will have all of these videos available on our website after the event if you miss anything.
My name is Alyssa Berlinger. I'm a licensed clinical social worker. My role at the Rocky Mountain MS Center is I provide MS 101 with Kelsey Lance, and I also provide the counseling and therapeutic services that are offered to individuals, families, and loved ones that have been touched and impacted by MS. Outside of that role, I have a private psychotherapy practice, and today I'm going to talk a little about what mindfulness is and how mindfulness can be useful currently, with everything we've been dealing with. I did a couple webinars earlier this year kind of on how do we deal with the times of uncertainty with COVID and everything that's gone on, and here we are still here. And my hope with some of these exercises that I'm going to talk about and introduce today is to just provide some additional skills for your toolkit, a moment to just be able to pause and just notice and feel what's going on and see what's going on around you. Mindfulness is a term that I feel has kind of caught on and become somewhat fatty in some ways, and people talk about it, of what it is and what it isn't. And people talk about, well, just be mindful. And it's like, well, what does that really mean? And so what it is, it covers a lot of different things. And it's, a simple way of kind of helping us relate to our experience. It can have a really profound impact if we kind of just be mindful of, all right, well, that really is uncomfortable. That I didn't like that experience. I'm feeling this, and just be able to label it without judging, and just be able to just notice what it is that's going on. Some important characteristics of mindfulness. It involves stopping, paying attention, becoming aware of just, really what's happening in the present moment. And then not judging whatever's happening as good or as bad. It's just what it is. It's really trying to get away from that dichotomy, that judgment that we so often have, or, I don't like this feeling, it's a bad feeling, versus it just being a feeling, and a feeling that will pass. When we think about mindfulness, it's some definitions that come to mind. The non-judgmental observation of the ongoing stream of internal and external stimuli as they arise. It's also keeping one's consciousness alive in the present reality, which, especially right now with everything happening, can be really challenging. Mindfulness is simply the knack of noticing without comment whatever is happening in our present experience. So just really being present, being where we are. Oftentimes we might think we're present, but really our mind might be going, oh, in 5 minutes I get to do this, or oh, I just did this. And actually that's really not being, that's present. That's actually, that's holding on to the future a little bit or thinking about the past. When we think about it, what mindfulness does, it helps create a holding environment for us. And it gives us just a platform to just observe and notice what's coming up for us. Notice what we might be feeling, maybe notice a little bit of discomfort. And it helps us, stay safe when we might be feeling distressed, when we might be feeling overwhelmed. It allows us to kind of move through those feelings in a different way. It steadies us and it also grounds us. It can help us with just being aware, and helps us also when I think about this with accepting what's happening. I always think of this term of accepting. Doesn't necessarily mean that we approve of what's going on around us or that we're always okay with it, but we have to accept it. We have to just be, all right, this is what's going on. And that does allow us to then label what we're feeling, notice what we're feeling, and be able to move through it. Mindfulness is not necessarily always a way to avoid difficulty or a way to bypass, some certain problems that might be coming up for us. And it's not necessarily always about achieving a different state of mind. It's about being present to our experience, however distressing or upsetting it could be. And it brings us closer to these difficulties without becoming caught up in our reactions to these difficulties. It's slow and it's gentle. It's coming to grips with who we are. Another thing about it, it's settling into our current experience in a relaxed, open, alert way. So if we want to think about, just kind of different action techniques, it's kind of focusing on awareness of an aspect of physical habit, something that might have been largely outside of our conscious awareness. So maybe noticing how tightly you might be holding the steering wheel when you're driving. Sometimes we don't even realize how much we're gripping the steering wheel. Or even maybe now we're on our phones or doing other things. How tightly are we holding our phone? Just being aware of, what that is, how we are holding on to certain things allows us to just be mindful of what's happening in the present moment. Another part of it is being aware of what happens with our breathing or our tone of voice if we're, in a heated argument or feeling a certain thing or, noticing something else going on around us, just noticing what's happening with my breathing. Is it getting more shallow? Is my tone, what's happening to the tone of my voice right now? That allows us to be mindful of what's happening if we are, experiencing some discomfort with what might be happening around us or in an argument or a disagreement. Another kind of technique, focusing on the awareness of your breath. Waiting for a phone to be answered. Just what is it that how's our breath working? Walking, listening to music, getting dressed. How are we breathing when we're doing these things? And so it's just kind of just different awareness to have around what's happening. So to kind of highlight some of these things, we're going to run through 4 different kind of mindfulness activities that we can think about or do or look at. And these are just activities. I always say, try it on. If it feels good, if it works for you, great, use it. If not, either throw it away or come back to it another time. And these things are just here as tools to potentially be useful as we are maybe feeling really uncertain, feeling overwhelmed, feeling distressed. These are just things that we can do. So one thing, it's called the Benson relaxation technique. Herbert Benson developed the relaxation response about 50 years ago. And it's a well-recognized breathing and visualization exercise that works. Benson recommended that this exercise should be practiced for 20 minutes per day, but it can be effective even maybe start with 5 minutes, 10 minutes, whatever it is that you can do. It's really about being more intentional around how you do it than necessarily having to do it for a certain amount of time always. It can help relax for sleep, and it's a simple exercise that can be done almost anywhere. The first step is to sit in a comfortable position and close your eyes. Once you do that, it's important then concentrate on your breathing. To help you concentrate, visualize something that goes in and out. Maybe something that opens and closes, something that moves backwards and forward, something that maybe is in rhythm with your breath. A curtain flowing in a slight breeze, a child's swing, maybe a door opening and closing, maybe not a squeaky one, but something that goes along kind of with the rhythm of your breath. Now continue to concentrate on your breathing through focusing on this image. As your thoughts wander, bring yourself back by increasing your focus on the breath and the image you are visualizing. The final step is to say silently to yourself the word relax on the outward breath and use another word, maybe calm or one, if that's not suitable if you think about the word relax. And just notice. And after a few moments, you can kind of come back to your present moment. Feel free to open your eyes and just notice what it is. Notice what you felt as you practice this relaxation technique. So that's the Benson relaxation technique. It's just one idea. Another idea, if you're feeling maybe overstimulated, overwhelmed, is to really, we call it the 5 senses techniques. So it's to stop and identify, things that you can see. What are 5 things that you can see at this moment in time? What are 4 things that you can maybe feel? What are 3 things that you can maybe hear? What are 2 things that you could maybe taste? What is another thing that you're smelling? It doesn't have to be 5, see, but it's more so engaging all 5 of your senses. So 5 things that you can see, 4 things that you can feel, 3 things that you can hear, 2 things that you can touch. That's part of feel, but what about something that you could smell or maybe taste? And the importance of this is to focus on experiencing them completely with that sense and what that is. And really, if we're feeling overwhelmed, it brings us back into the present. It brings us also back into the room in which we may be feeling certain things that go on. Sometimes we can really focus, with the Benson relaxation technique, we thought a little bit about our breathing. Breathing is really important. Actually, when we feel overwhelmed, it's the exhale that is really important. The exhale has some calming and some soothing benefits to the nervous system. So oftentimes we think about the inhale, but really what we need to focus on sometimes is the exhale. And so a way of kind of thinking about this is with the triangle breathing. It's just another kind of thing. So the way that this works is you'll breathe in for 4 counts. You'll hold for 4 counts. You'll breathe out for 4 counts, and then you'll visualize, as you're doing all this, something moving around a triangle as you do it. What this does is it focuses your thoughts entirely on your breathing and assures that you're taking rhythmic, deep breaths. Something that's helpful to do this for maybe about 3 or 4 minutes. I'm going to just demonstrate 2 cycles of what this would look like. So we're going to breathe in for 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold it for 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And breathe out for 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And you want to try to make sure your inhales are as equal to the exhales. That's an important part of this too, to just try to help with this grounding. So I'm going to demonstrate it one more time. I'm going to close my eyes because I find that does help me be able to be a part of this. So I'm going to inhale for 4. Hold for 4. Exhale for 4. An important part of it too is to feel how full are your lungs getting. How full are they, how much air can you move out when you do your exhale? It's just helping, really feel what it is. So if we're realizing, okay, I'm not breathing very deeply, it helps us be able to check in with, what is happening, what's going on with our breath, with our body, and it helps kind of reposition us, bring us back in to the present moment. And it's important just to notice what you feel when you're done with it. And some last ideas to think about, as we think about kind of, relaxation or mindfulness is, we're still often on the go, maybe not in the same ways that we used to be, but our mind is still so often on the go. And so really kind of thinking about some of this relaxation on the run. It's an important way to reduce stress and tension levels and to help cope with a lot of the discomfort that we're feeling right now. So sometimes making time for the relaxation is difficult, but here's some kind of quick ideas. Taking deep breaths, focusing attention on breathing rather than your thoughts. An important one of that is, maybe slowing down, taking 10 deep, slow breaths through the day, breathing, focusing on just what is it that you notice when you're breathing, what's going on. Maybe even you just have 2 deep breaths in a moment, and just as you may walk out the door or driving, just noticing what's happening there. Repeating a key word that you associate with relaxation. So some people feel, calm. Sometimes even just like letting the body feel heavy is part of that relaxation. And just the body knows what it feels like to feel heavy. And that can be, when we're tense, we're actually not as heavy as we feel. But when we can feel a little bit more heavy, that is part of relaxation. Taking a shower, taking a bath, just noticing what you feel, maybe noticing the way that the water, touches your skin. What does it feel like if you're in the shower? If you're, what does that water feel like when it touches your skin? Scanning your body. So maybe we don't always realize where we're holding some tense spots, but being able to notice, okay, ooh, I've got some tension here in my back. What is that? Oh, I'm sitting all day. I'm sitting in this awkward position. Being able to just notice that, and then actually focusing some breath, like take some deep breaths to that spot in your body, can help with relaxing it. Put a picture of a relaxing place where you can see it. Imagining a place that you really enjoy and remembering, what does that feel like to be there? What does it smell like to be there? What does it even maybe taste like? Or, what is it when you're there? And reminding yourself about that. Reaching out to a friend, reaching out to a supportive person, practicing yoga, Tai Chi, crying is a really important part of actually releasing. There's been some studies done that when we cry, actually release some oxytocin and some stress. And that is an important piece that we can release, certain stress. Reminding ourselves we're not alone, even if we might feel alone sometimes, we aren't alone in everything that's going on. And then as, other breathing exercises, other techniques, those are all just quick things that we can do sometimes on the run. I hope that these have been some helpful techniques. And I always say, as I said earlier, try it on. If it works, great, use it. There's tons of different resources out there. And I hope that these will be useful and helpful for you.
I'm feeling very grounded after that demonstration. Thanks, Alyssa. I like to use the triangle breathing exercise to help me fall asleep. Focusing on my breath and the visualization helps to quiet my mind of other racing thoughts. And I found the Benson technique to be particularly helpful when I start to feel anxious. Before we head into the Q&A session, I do want to remind everyone to please fill out those online evaluations. You can access the link through the YouTube description or in the follow-up email that we'll be sending. Next up, we'll have Drs. Vollmer, Corboy, and Alvarez back to answer the questions that you submitted during the registration process. Thank you to everyone who submitted great questions. If you still have questions or have new questions after watching the presentations, I encourage you to sign up for Conversations on MS with Dr. Vollmer this Thursday, November 19th. He will devote most of that time to questions from the audience. And now I'll turn it over to Dr. Vollmer.
Okay. I'd like to welcome everybody to this last session of the Rocky Mountain MS Center's Fall Summit. This is a question and answer period. So I'll be reading questions and my colleagues and I will be trying to answer them as best we can. So if we're ready, we'll start with the first one. And the first question has to do with age. And the question is, there's actually several questions here. And they relate to, are there any new findings or interesting bits of information about the effect of aging on MS, about neuroplasticity, about the benefit of learning new languages or exercising, and how age affects the progression of multiple sclerosis, particularly after the age of 60, and do the MS medications, particularly Ocrevus, work in people over the age of 60? And one particular question was, if I'm 65 years old, and I've been very stable for 19 years, should I consider stopping my disease-modifying therapy because Medicare will not allow copay assistance from a drug company? John, would you like to take that one?
Sure, I'd be happy to try to answer all those. So as you undoubtedly heard in my talk today and other talks, there are definitely age changes with multiple sclerosis. And we think that these are linked to very specific changes immunologically inside the brain as well as potentially outside the brain. And so, but there are also aging related changes that occur with all of us, including patients with MS. And it is true that neuroplasticity, for example, does diminish as we age. So does repair, it diminishes as we age, but there is repair that goes on inside the nervous system. And so there are a number of things that change both with MS as well as with normal aging. And the two together are what we see as people age with MS. The focus of many of the talks I've given in the past has to do with the utility of the medications as people age. And it's clear that the medications that are presently available are more effective in younger patients. That doesn't mean that there's no impact of those in patients who are, say, over the age of 55, 65 or so, but it means that the effects that we can measure are somewhat limited with regard to relapses, scan changes, and things like that. It's also possible we're not measuring things as well as we might in the office. For example, there might be subtle changes in cognitive function or other things that we perhaps could measure better. So as almost everything else in MS, it's an individual decision, an individual issue for each person with their physician as to whether or not a medication offers benefit as they age in comparison to the risks. And in that regard, risks will go up with regard to, for example, malignancies or infections as people age. And again, that happens in people with or without MS. But there is some recent evidence, for example, that those risks might be greater with some of the medicines that we use as you age. So aging is a complicated issue, and it does have changes over time, and it's compounded by the normal changes of aging. With regard to, excuse me, learning languages and other stimulation for the brain, as Dr. Vollmer has spoken about with all the ways that we can either change or alter our brain function over time, we do think that it's beneficial to learn languages, to travel, to go to the opera, to read a book, to exercise especially, and any of a variety of other things that will stimulate our brain because it will help with brain reserve and cognitive reserve. And so in a big sense, it's difficult to prove these things, but the data that does exist would support that in not just MS, but also in other conditions as well. I wouldn't say it's as big an impact as we would like. You can't reverse aging, but there are impacts and they are important. So stimulate your brain does matter. With regard to Medicare specifically, Medicare, as many of you know, has a very specific formula for covering medications as well as other therapies. The sort of 80-20 split, and with supplements often picking up the 20% that is not covered by Medicare. Also, Medicare has a very specific rule, as does Medicaid, that they do not allow copay assistance directly to the patient from pharmaceutical companies, which many people who have commercial insurance use to help pay their copays and deductibles. There are ways that the pharmaceutical companies have somewhat gotten around this by setting up foundations and other things. And with each drug and with each individual, and perhaps with the supplement that they use, you might get a different answer. But I would caution to say I wouldn't use Medicare and going on to Medicare as a primary decision maker with going off a medication or considering that. That is one of the factors, and certainly financial issues are important, but I would not use that as the primary decision maker when going off a medication. So talk to your doctor, talk to the companies, see if they have an assistance program that is allowed through Medicare with perhaps a separate foundation. I think I covered everything there.
Okay, thank you. Next questions, there are two questions about symptom progression. And the first one is, could you explain why intermittent numbness could be MS related due to where the lesions are on the spine, and yet not be considered a relapse? And the second question is similar, is what is happening with the disease when the MRI is relatively normal with no new lesions, the symptoms are getting worse. Dr. Alvarez, would you like to address that one?
Sure, I'd be happy to. So a lot of times we look at MRIs and we rely on MRIs a lot to try and evaluate what's happening with the disease process. And I think in relapsing MS, we have a pretty good understanding that the little white spots that we're very used to kind of seeing probably represent and probably correlate better with those attacks, bouts, exacerbations, flares, episodes that we are used to seeing. The changes on MRI that we tend to look for in progression are really hard to measure, and they probably relate more to shrinkage of the brain and the spinal cord, and they're very small and difficult to measure at this point with a lot of variability from day to day. In progression, a lot of times then we don't see new spots come up, and we often get this question of how can I be stable according to my MRI, but I'm getting worse. And I think that's probably one of those representations where we're seeing a little bit of that atrophy or shrinkage that occurs on the MRIs that we just have a hard time trying to evaluate. And so the symptoms fluctuate a lot because of our ability to kind of compensate for them. The analogy I tend to use is, if I pull an all-nighter the next day, I'm going to have a very hard time kind of thinking. I didn't have something that really affected my ability to concentrate or memorize something, but I'm just not going to be able to do that as well during that time. And so when you're tired, you're fighting an infection, under stress, not sleeping well, and those kinds of things, it's fairly typical for symptoms to kind of come up because you can't compensate for them as well. And so that fluctuation of symptoms is very typical. We often will see this even just as symptoms get worse at night versus in the mornings where we feel a little bit better. And so it's a fairly typical to be able to see that with the fluctuating symptoms and kind of the progression with a, again, relatively stable MRI.
Okay. Next question is similar, but it has to do with progressive MS. And the question is, first one is progressive MS. Do you have survival tips, suggestions for resources, support groups, financial self-defense, in-home caregiving? And then the second one is, what are the most promising and effective treatments currently available for people with secondary progressive MS? Dr. Corba, would you like to try that one?
Sure. So progressive MS remains the greatest unmet need for multiple sclerosis. And when we're talking about progressive MS, we're often referring to progression of symptoms, especially with walking, cognitive function, bowel and bladder function, and as well upper extremity function that is independent of an acute relapse. The therapies that are presently available that are the so-called disease-modifying therapies may have some impact on progression independent of relapses, but it's relatively modest as people age. There are new therapies which are being studied. May have heard a little bit today about the BTK inhibitors, for example, that may have an impact both on the immune system, but also the so-called adaptive immune system, but also neuroprotection by altering different aspects of the immune system inside the nervous system. That's a potential way that newer therapies might be beneficial. There are also reparative therapies to advance protection of myelin, and also even regenerative therapies, potentially with stem cells and with other therapies. So there are some therapies that are focused not so much on the adaptive immune system, but focusing on those things that are relevant to progression. With regard to what you can do today, the same things that we're normally suggesting for everyone: to stay as healthy as possible, as close to your ideal body weight as possible, exercise as much as possible, use physical therapy, use adaptive devices, use Ampira or other medications that are symptomatic therapies, control other symptoms such as spasticity and bowel and bladder, working on cognitive maintenance of cognitive function. All of those things are relevant for progressive MS as well. And there are a variety of other therapies in the pipeline for progression. The concept of home care is also quite important. Home care is going to be related in part to your ability to get it, will be related in part to financial issues, insurance issues, what's available where you live. It might be very different in a rural area compared to an urban area where there might be, for example, more choices. So that's going to be individualized, I think, for each particular person. The main thing, though, is to remain socially interactive, to remain as physically active as possible, and to stay up on what the potential treatment changes are that are coming over time, I think.
Thank you. So we're going on to symptom management here. And the first one is a question that is fairly direct and says, can you die from MS? So I'd like to go back and just explain this a little bit. The answer is yes, and that was particularly true before the treatment era began in MS in 1993. And at that time, the average lifespan of MS patients was decreased about 8 to 12 years from healthy controls. And the cause of death was related to increasing disability that led to loss of normal protective reflexes we have to prevent aspiration pneumonia, urinary tract infections, and sepsis, skin breakdown, malnutrition. So the early death in MS is related to the complications of the neurological disability. And that was a serious issue for us prior to 1993. However, there was a study published last year that looked at the number of people in the United States that are living with MS and comparing that to what we had before. So in the 1990s, 2000 range, there was an estimate that we had about 400,000 people with MS in the United States. And the study published last year looked at the number of people living in the United States with MS up to 2010, and then they extrapolated that to 2017. And basically, when you extrapolate 2017, we have over 900,000 people in the United States that are living with MS. And if you look at the ages where that's increased, that's primarily in people who are aged 50 or 60 and older. In other words, the increased number of people with MS is not so much due to more people getting MS, it's due to people living longer. And I think with our modern therapies, particularly if we are able to treat early, that this disease is no longer a major threat to living a normal lifespan. But it does require early diagnosis and treatment with effective therapies, with constant safety monitoring, as well as adopting a healthy, active lifestyle. So yes, people can die from that, but the chance from MS, but the chance of doing that is dramatically declining in the modern era. I'd like to go on to symptom management, and these range from questions about should you avoid gluten, dairy products, in vaccinations where they're grown in egg products, in MS, and would that improve symptoms? Other questions have to do with spasticity. What are the medications for treating symptoms such as spasticity, stiffness, and numbness in lower extremities other than baclofen? What about the twitches that occur when people go to bed at night from MS? And can they be treated? And then are there other alternatives available or recommended instead of gabapentin and Ritalin for MS symptoms, particularly the gabapentin, which is used for spasticity and neuropathic pain? And anything we can do to improve walking in patients and combat fatigue. So Dr. Alvarez, would you like to take that one?
Yeah, sure. Give me the short one. Where to start on that one? I'll start a little bit with on the diet side of things. I think diet is one of those things that being able to kind of examine your diet and pay attention to your diet becomes important. I think a lot of times things start to get better when people start to follow diets, because they start paying attention to not just the calories that they take in, but what kind of calorie types are they taking in. So I think the important points a lot of times that I like to emphasize are things that involve eating well, so kind of good portion control primarily, but also lots of fruits and vegetables, so kind of high quality foods, low on refined foods, and those kinds of things. The issue around dairy and gluten, I think, are particularly difficult for us to answer. I think there's a lot of people that do have sensitivities to these products, and if they cut them out, they may feel better by cutting them out. But I think for some people, it's also hard to cut out and change their diet completely. And so I think sometimes they can kind of burn out on their diets by making them too restricted. And so I think you have to be able to kind of pay attention and adjust things a little bit, and try to understand and see how your body's doing with them. There's not a lot of data that gluten and dairy particularly can affect MS and make it worse. But being able to see if you are sensitive to those products and cutting them out, then that becomes part of just feeling better as well. On the symptom management, I think it becomes important to try and understand where those symptoms are coming in from. Fatigue particularly is the most common symptom, often represents because it's one of the symptoms that can be affected by many things. So lack of sleep can be an issue, and sometimes the idea of trying to make somebody a little bit more awake by making them sleep a little bit more at night is maybe kind of counterintuitive. But there's a lot of things that can affect sleep. If it's issues around bladder control and having to get up at night, trying to address that becomes important. If it's because of spasticity, pain issues, and trying to do better control at night when we tend to see some of the worst pain, that can become important. And so we don't necessarily mind using things like Neurontin and baclofen, which can be kind of sedating at night, but it can become an issue of using them during the day. Particularly for that, a lot of times these medicines have issues around tolerability for patients. And I think it becomes important to try and work on other things. We already heard a little bit about the exercise potential and how that can help working on those sleep aspects. One of the products that we often hear in Colorado, and it's fairly prevalent conversation topic for us, is cannabis products. We like not to have those being smoked. If we can avoid vaping, that's even better. And the ability to kind of use oral, sort of like edibles, products, oils and things like that can be beneficial a lot of times for sleep, for helping with some of those spasticity and pain issues, particularly at night. We don't see issues with the purified products, but again, we do have issues kind of like with tobacco products, less with the nicotine, but with the coal tars and all those other things that go with it when you start to smoke those products. So trying to kind of try different doses, trying to find the optimal dose. So sometimes when you work on sleep, that can kind of be helpful, and you might be able to cut back on the dose of the amount of pain medicine that you have to do during the day. Exercise can help with stretching. And so there's, exercise and things like that can help loosen some of that spasticity. So sometimes encouraging stretching, yoga, Pilates type exercises in the morning. And then again at night before you go to bed, when that spasticity can sometimes set in, or after long periods of sitting can be helpful. Were there any other ones? I think I covered most of that.
I think you covered.
You might just also mention for people with severe spasticity, oftentimes Botox and or baclofen pumps can also be useful. And you can modulate baclofen pumps, for example, to give more at night or in the early morning before people get out of bed. Of course, that's a relatively more extreme intervention, but can be useful for some with severe spasticity.
If I could just mention that there are pharmaceutical products that are 50% THC and 50% CBDs, cannabinoids, that are approved for treatment of spasticity and neuropathic pain in Canada and Europe. And there's now a multi-center trial going on in the United States with a similar product, hopefully lead to FDA approval. So there will be hopefully a pharmaceutical version that may be a little bit more reliable. The next question is for Dr. Corboy. Question is, please discuss the sexual difficulties that people with MS experience. What would your treatment plan look like?
So that's also a not short answer, but I'll try and keep it brief. Sexual dysfunction is common in multiple sclerosis. It's not talked about as much as perhaps it should be because it is important and it is commonly seen. It can be manifested differently in men and in women. Both men and women can have decreased interest in sexual activity, perhaps more in women than in men. Men can also have erectile dysfunction. Both can have inability to achieve orgasm as part of that experience as well. So it can be multifaceted in terms of what the nature of the problems are. Like any other sexual experience, it's important that the appropriate relationship between individuals is maintained. So the psychosocial construct of your relationship with your partner is important. and the ambiance, if you will, that is required for any interaction is making it better or not as good. You can use medications for men, for example, if there's erectile dysfunction, Viagra, Cialis, and others. There are a number of other for men implants for the penis or other even injectable therapies that can be useful for erectile dysfunction. In addition, the use of vibrators and other stimulation devices may be useful. It may take a longer time to stimulate to maximum sexual pleasure, and using devices can be helpful. There should not be a stigma about using devices. They exist. They are helpful for people. People without MS use them all the time, and there's no reason that people with MS cannot use them as well. So it's complicated with many different facets, but I encourage people to not say, oh, I have MS, or maybe even if I'm in a wheelchair, that doesn't mean I can have sexual activity. You can maintain sexual activity, an important part of all of our lives throughout the time frame with MS. It may get more complicated, but with a willing and an able partner, we should all be able to try to maintain that sexual experience.
Okay, thank you. So the next section is on questions about rituximab and Ocrevus, and I'll just run through these fairly quickly. The first one was, for me, is Dr. Warren, can you comment on risk of rituximab infusions in the time of COVID, given a recently published study which is entitled "Rituximab Seen to Affect How B Cells Return After Treatment Stops." It was actually a news article, but it's based on half a dozen papers that have been published in last year or so, looking at when you stop these kinds of therapies, the B lymphocytes do return that were depleting and they recover, but they're different than they were when you started. And basically they're different because the therapy is treating patients who have mature B cells that have experienced some target antigen or molecule that from an infectious agent or cancer or something else. And so they're mature B cells and they have a very specific antibody on their surface. But when we stop therapy, the B cells that return are immature. They've not yet experienced a specific antigen, and they've not gone through all the processes of producing specific antibodies for any particular disease. That is probably partly a risk factor for COVID if it occurs, but also just the reality is that this class of medications does suppress the immune system slightly. And about 8% of patients will drop their antibody levels, and decrease in antibody levels does increase the risk for infections, including COVID. Recent data suggests that, as you probably heard from Dr. Alvarez, that there may be up to a 2 to 3 times increased risk of patients having more severe disease and ending up in the hospital or worse. The risks are still relatively low for younger, healthier people, but for older patients and people like me, they are substantial, and these are important issues. But this recovery, B cells that are immature, means that it's possible that some of the responses to previous vaccines may have been erased by this therapy. And so it's important to follow up with your primary care physician. They may want to check your antibodies to the shingles virus, to measles virus, and to the influenza, and potentially consider re-immunizing you if necessary. The next question is, it states that in the fine print regarding Ocrevus, is to receive the infusion every 5 months. And why is it offered at 6 months? I don't actually know of any directive providing it at 5 months. The studies were done at 6 months, as they were with rituximab. And the reason for that is just that 90% of people will maintain B cell depletion over 6 months, and that was our initial therapeutic goal. So the actual treatment effect of Ocrevus and rituximab for any given patient varies tremendously. And they can last from maybe 4 or 5 months in a few patients to up to 16 months in some patients. So I think the future of investigations with this class medications is looking at potentially adjusting the infusion schedule to fit the patient's response in terms of B cell recovery. In other words, following B cells every 2 months, for example, and then when they begin to recover, then consider redosing rather than just redosing at 6 months. So that individualized approach to use of these drugs is gaining ground, and we hope there will be studies developed within the next year to help us determine whether that's an effective way to use these therapies. Next question is, are there any new oral disease-modifying therapies that compare to the effectiveness of Ocrevus and rituximab? And the answer is no. We have 4 classes of oral drugs. The earliest one is teriflunomide or Albagio. It is only modestly effective. It's in the 30% range, similar to the injectables, Copaxone and interferons. And then there's Tecfidera and Vumerity. Vumerity is a new version of Tecfidera that has less gastrointestinal side effects. And they're in the moderate range, maybe 50% reduction average in relapses. And then there was Mavenclad, which is cladribine, that was approved last year. That's also in about the 50% range, but that's a relatively dangerous chemotherapeutic drug. So that would only be used as a rescue therapy for people who failed most everything else. Then the 4th class of drugs are the Gilenya type drugs. And there's now 3 of those. There's Gilenya, Zeposia, and Mayzent. And there'll be another one, I don't know what the brand name is because it's not approved yet, called Ponathazide, that'll be coming out. So there'll be 4 drugs in that class with Gilenya. And they're closer, they're a little bit more effective than the Tecfidera, possibly. But none of these have been shown to be as effective as the Ocrevus and rituximab, and that's been confirmed by multiple real-world studies done around the world, including our group has published on this. And the last question is there any information available yet concerning PML risk for Kesimpta, which is the new anti-CD20? It's the same as ocrelizumab and rituximab, but it's injected subcutaneously once a month compared to Ocrevus. But I'd like to point out that there's 170,000 people on Ocrevus. There's only been 1 PML case. The natural history of PML is to occur, and not people on drugs, but just routinely in the population, is about 1 per every 300 to 500,000 people. So the risk of PML on anti-CD20s is particularly low. And at this point, we do not have any information specifically about Kesimpta, but I doubt that it would have much of a different impact on PML than Ocrevus and rituximab have had, which is a very, very low risk. Next question has to do with physical therapy and exercise. And this question is about how many times should I go to physical therapy per week? What about vibration plates and their treatment for balance? And then can you comment on the Nuvi or NuFit devices that are used in some physical therapy centers? These are peripheral nerve stimulators and peripheral stimulators. So Dr. Alvarez, would you like to try that one?
Yeah, sure. This is an area that I'm definitely not an expert in, and I think there's a lot of different devices that sometimes to get approval for or to kind of start selling these products, we don't have quite as much information as what we would like. And so these are therapies that I think sometimes can be beneficial. So TENS type units can be helpful sometimes, for example, in post-stroke patients where they have the inability to kind of stimulate the muscles and can have some muscle atrophy. So kind of the ability to kind of stimulate muscles and stimulate nerves. And that can be helpful a little bit because it can stimulate some of the growth factors produced by the muscles to kind of keep the nerves alive, or keep the produced by the nerves that can keep the muscles alive. So I think some of these products can be helpful, but I think we need a lot more information around for them. But things that but that continued exercise and working with physical therapy becomes really important. One thing I always like to stress is that, you know, physical therapists are not trainers. So it's not that when, you know, we might say work with a physical therapist once a week, that we expect you just to work out once a week. But that they should be kind of coming up with a plan for you to kind of develop a plan for you to be able to do those exercises at home and teach you how to do those exercises, and then you do them on your own. Or with help of a partner, for example. And so, you know, to think about physical therapy as sort of setting up goals that can kind of help you. And so they should drive a little bit depending on where you're at in the cycle after a relapse or kind of trying to improve things. And so sometimes it might be appropriate to meet more often or less often with them. They're often the experts, and so I will often defer to them as to how often that should be occurring. But again, the ability to do exercise should be something that you should do almost on a daily basis, as much as possible.
Okay. Now we have a series of sort of more focused questions. The first two I'll just deal with. One is, why has IVIG not been approved by the FDA? And why will my Medicare only pay for it if I have full-blown symptoms? Because it's very expensive. The reason it's not approved by the FDA is because there were large multi-center studies, or at least 2 large ones, that failed to show any significant benefit. So it has not been demonstrated as a truly effective therapy in MS. It is sometimes used to treat people who have had a recent relapse based on some very small studies, but it doesn't have a role in the chronic management of multiple sclerosis. Next question is there an immunological link between MS and erythema nodosum? And the answer is no, I don't know of any. By and large, MS patients are not really subject to most other inflammatory diseases, unlike rheumatoid arthritis and type 1 diabetes, which are, but this disease seems to be pretty much restricted to the brain. And then I'd like to ask, there's a question about, are there any books for further reading about MS that you would recommend? Do either of you have a recommendation for that?
I think it's difficult on providing recommendations for books because they tend to be a little bit out of date by the time they come out, especially if you're looking for things like around treatment and things like this. There's a number of different books available for just kind of basics of MS, and there's even a book in the series for dummies. So MS for Dummies is out there, for example, which can be helpful. I think some of the best places though for information are through websites, and the Rocky Mountain MS Center and the National MS Society tend to provide some really good resources that tend to be able to be kept up to date much better because of just being able to update data more regularly on the internet.
Okay.
And I would agree.
So can one of you talk about, will stem cell therapy ever be covered by insurance?
Sure, I'll take that one. As many of you know, stem cells have been studied in MS and other autoimmune disorders for up to 20 years now and longer. Studies have shown, and there have been just 2-3 weeks ago, the National MS Society came out with a guideline with regard to stem cells, suggesting that they have some significant potential benefit in those under the age of 50 with active disease. So in terms of do stem cells, and I'm talking about, in this case, bone marrow derived stem cells, do they help sort of reboot the immune system, and can that be beneficial? The answer is yes. So yes, there's data supporting it. With regard to insurance, that has been more of a tricky issue. There's no agency, no pharmaceutical company or anyone else who has gone to the FDA to get approval. It's really a complex process involving multiple different medications. It's really a set of procedures. And so there's not likely to be an FDA approval for this, and that might hinder things somewhat. In addition, it's relatively, in the short run, quite expensive at probably $100,000 to $150,000, although sometimes people may get that for $50,000 to $75,000 in other countries. So the insurance companies have resisted paying for it because there has been relatively limited information, which I now think we may have passed the threshold for, but also that there's no one sort of seeking any kind of approval that will allow them to say, yes, this is an FDA approved process. That said, we can sometimes get approval. I recently got approval for one of our patients who had very active disease, was not a candidate for a study that we have pending, which is called the BEAT MS study, Best Available Therapy Study, looking at bone marrow derived stem cells after high dose immunoablation therapy compared to best available therapy. That's where the BEAT comes from, which would be one of the monoclonal antibodies such as ocrelizumab, natalizumab, alemtuzumab, or rituximab, and now ofatumumab. And so it's hoped that that will be another piece of information that will help insurers decide that it's appropriate to pay for it. It's still on a 1-by-1 basis, though, and your provider is going to have to work pretty hard in the state of Colorado. Other states, some of the insurers are doing a little bit better, perhaps in Ohio and Chicago and a few other places.
Thank you. And so we've gone through most all the questions here. So we have one final subject, which is to see whether Dr. Alvarez has any updates on coronavirus.
Yeah, so the numbers have continued to uptick. We broke another record yesterday for new cases in the U.S., hitting about over 120,000 cases in the day. I think we're looking at about 163,000 cases in one day. Sorry, yesterday. The numbers are going up so fast now that it's hard to keep up. With over 10 million cases in the United States. There's been almost 250,000 deaths in the US. Just yesterday having almost 1,200 deaths. So numbers continue to kind of go up. They continue to go up in the state of Colorado. So I think, being particularly careful as we start to look at things becomes more and more important, and you're starting to see a lot more of the restrictions going in place. Wearing masks, more and more data showing that they protect the wearer as well as not, helping to protect others as well. So I think they're, trying to really emphasize wearing masks, washing your hands, and those kinds of things. I think the big news that popped up since the recording was the announcement from Pfizer around the results of some of their vaccines trials. So just to provide a little bit of information on that, there's 2 leading vaccines being looked at in the United States, Moderna in collaboration with Oxford and Pfizer in collaboration with BioNTech, which is a German company. Both of these are a different type of vaccine than what we're typically used to, in the sense that they involve messenger RNA types of vaccines. This involves a little bit of the difference that we've had in the past with sort of shipment and transport and stability of the vaccine. And so you're often hearing about these vaccines requiring to be shipped in dry ice and maintained in dry ice. And that has to do a little bit with the stability of that mRNA product. Both vaccines are 2 shots. The Pfizer vaccine is every 3 weeks. The Moderna vaccine is every 4 weeks. And the great news that came out from Pfizer's study was that there was a 90% decrease in number of cases. I would emphasize that these are preliminary data, but very promising data. The trial is still ongoing. The way that the study was designed wasn't a certain amount of time. It was waiting to see how many events would happen. And when the study will be over once they reach 164 cases. They're negotiating with the FDA, and they had an interim analysis. So once they reach a certain goal, then they were going to start looking at where they're at. They reached that goal Wednesday of last week. They analyzed the cases on Sunday, and that's why we heard the data on Monday of this 90% reduction in cases. It's probably likely that we won't hear the full results until probably end of December, early January. There's also safety data that needs to come out, and that's we'll have to wait until 2 months after the second dose, and not everybody's even received the second dose in that trial yet. So there's still a lot more information to come, and that's part of the reason why we're not starting to see the vaccine yet. It seems like these vaccines are fairly easy to produce in some regards. Once this becomes available, we might be able to get over 1 million doses by the end of the year if everything kind of continues on track. One of the downsides about the number of cases going up is a positive for these studies, in the sense that there'll be more events happening sooner and faster. So we may get results maybe even a little bit faster than anticipated to be able to move along. So if there's a silver lining, that might be the best way to end this Q&A session.
I would thank you. I'd like to thank all the presenters, but particularly thank all those of you who actually viewed this Rocky Mountain MS Center Fall Education Summit. We're very appreciative of all the support that we get from all of you. And we would like to continue to improve this presentation. So we'd be very interested in your comments and suggestions for how we can make this a better or useful experience for you. So again, thank the presenters and thank all of you, those of you who participated in this. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our final presentation today will be a demonstration of the Mediterranean diet. On the evaluations that you turn in after events, we have heard your request for specific information on the Mediterranean diet. I'd like to invite you into my kitchen to talk about a few Mediterranean snacks that you can take with you for doctor's appointments or anything out of the house, and we'll discuss some ways to meal prep healthy meals to save time and energy in the kitchen. Let's head over now. No diet has been shown to have direct effects on MS disease activity. What we do know is that you can use a healthy lifestyle to manage and prevent other comorbidities that could have an impact on how MS affects you. The Mediterranean diet is one of the most studied diets out there, with scientific data proving its benefits. In fact, in 2019, US News and World Report ranked 40 different diets and listed the Mediterranean diet as #1, calling it eminently sensible and giving it high marks for heart health and diabetes management and prevention. The Mediterranean diet is more of a pattern of eating rather than a diet. It's easier to stick to than many other diets because it's so well balanced. You're still encouraged to eat whole grains, healthy fats, meats in varying degrees, as well as infrequent sweets and wine. There's a detailed handout in today's program, which you can download from mscenter.org/edsummit, but here are the basics. The Mediterranean diet is high in vegetables, fruit, whole grains, beans, nuts and seeds, and olive oil. It includes daily consumption of vegetables, fruits, whole grains, and healthy fats, weekly intake of fish, poultry, beans, and eggs, moderate portions of dairy products, and limited red meat. Meals are built around plant-based foods. Now, the two biggest areas that I have trouble with being healthy are what to eat when I'm out of the house and meal prepping, so I'm not spending all my time in the kitchen. I have tips for you on both of these. When I went to the grocery store to see what types of easy, healthy snacks I could find, I was amazed at how many options there are out there. The biggest thing to think about while at the grocery store is your resources. Are you looking to save time or money? There are some places where you can save both, but usually there's a trade-off. If you're just looking for one quick single-serving snack to take to a doctor's appointment, there are many options to buy. If you're looking to pack a snack in a school bag or for work every day of the week, you might need to buy in bulk and portion out yourself. I would strongly suggest investing in some good plastic containers that you can reuse. I've got a ton of them. And if you're home all day, I would still strongly suggest portioning out the snacks as soon as you open a package. Don't rely on yourself to only grab a handful of nuts or one serving of cheese, because even though these snacks are in your eating plan, they can still be high in calories and fat, so you will want to monitor and limit how much you're eating. Many of the pre-packaged snacks also have added sugar, so just take a look at the nutrition label before deciding to purchase to make sure that it's truly healthy for you. Now, before we head to the grocery store, I thought it might be fun to see just what I had in my kitchen. This is stuff that I just normally have in my kitchen. Little single servings of cheese. I've almost always got a little single serving portion of nuts in my purse because they're great, they don't go bad. Some single servings of peanut butter, almond butter actually. For meal prepping, quinoa and brown rice. It's already made, it's just 90 seconds in the microwave, so I don't have to worry about cooking brown rice, which can sometimes take a long time, and some baby carrots. All right, let's head to the grocery store and see what I found. I do apologize for the quality of some of the pictures. I was trying not to touch things as much as possible, but I wanted to give you guys real life examples of what I found in my grocery store. Because the Mediterranean diet focuses so much on fruits and veggies, these are hands down going to be your healthiest choice. Many fruits come in their own convenient packaging and don't need constant cooling, such as bananas, oranges, apples, and more. If you're going to be eating them within a few hours, consider packing a small container of berries or grapes. Watch out for added sugars if you're going to eat fruit cups, though avoid ones that are packed in syrup. You can also pre-chop a bag of veggies like broccoli, baby carrots, peppers, or celery if you like to eat them raw. Most grocery stores and many coffee shops have single-serving versions of pre-cut items for you as well. The produce section of my grocery store had many options and combinations to suit any flavor preferences. You can always use the store items as inspiration and recreate them cheaper at home in reusable packaging. Again, considering what resource is more limited for you, time and energy or money. Hummus and white bean dip and whole grain crackers and veggies travel well. You can prep a big batch of hummus or buy single serving packages. You can buy pre-packaged and portioned packs of nuts and dried fruits at the store, or buy in bulk and portion yourself. It's especially important to portion out nuts and seeds because they are high in calorie. Almonds, cashews, peanuts, walnuts, pumpkin seeds, sunflower seeds. Again, be sure to look out for added sugars in dried fruits or pre-made trail mixes. If your meals don't contain a lot of cheese, you can eat that for a snack. There are lots of pre-packaged options out there. If you don't use eggs in your breakfast, single hard-boiled eggs are becoming increasingly available. There's even packs of olives. Now, investing in some good travel containers will make prepping your own snacks easier. There are also many options for meal prep containers that keep foods separate, but still in one easy to store in the fridge container. So many options for travel snacks. Let's talk meal prep. This is another area of eating where you will want to have to consider the trade-off between time, energy, and cost. There are increasing options for prepped items at the grocery store, but they usually cost more. You will also want to make sure that they don't have added ingredients or preservatives. My number one tip that saves me tons of time in the kitchen is to cook once and eat twice or more. This works especially well with soup. You can make a large batch of soup and freeze portions for other meals. Make sure to use freezer Ziploc bags and to let the food cool in the fridge before you transfer it to the freezer. Don't put hot food in the freezer. The Mediterranean diet has many delicious soup options like Greek lemon chicken soup, tomato basil soup, or white bean tomato and shrimp soup. On that note, double any meal that you can and freeze a portion for another night. Some meals do better when you half cook or assemble them before freezing, like casseroles. I buy these aluminum containers that come with a cardboard lid to portion out my casseroles and freeze half. Make sure that the meat is pre-cooked before you freeze it though, and completely thaw the meal before you cook it, which may require you to take it out of the freezer 2 days before you plan to cook it. Mornings are hectic enough without trying to make a whole meal every time. You could make a crustless quiche with Mediterranean veggies on the weekend, and then you'll have breakfast ready-made for most of the week. Meal plan ahead of time and consider using the same veggies twice, but cutting both batches on the same night. For instance, cucumbers, tomatoes can be added to a lot of things. Just store the extra in an airtight container in the fridge. Leftover fish from dinner can also be lunch or 2 dinners. You could turn the second portion of fish into shredded Greek shredded fish tacos using mini whole wheat pita and cabbage garnish. I often cook double the amount of chicken that I need and shred half of it to freeze for another meal. There are lots of bagged salad mixes out there, including Greek, which come with literally everything in one package except a protein. They've got a pre-portioned dressing, so you can't go too crazy with that. Usually some toppings and seasonings. Really, any of these salad mixes would be good as long as you don't go crazy on the dressing. This is where I would use that additional portion of chicken that I had cooked earlier in the week. I would just add it to this bagged salad mix and bam, easy dinner. Some stores even have pre-made quinoa salad, and there are options for prepped fish that you just put in the oven as well. I have started using cauliflower rice in at least one meal a week. This is one of those things that I am willing to buy prepped for me because the cost is still pretty low. And I actually get mine at Costco, which makes it even cheaper than the grocery store. I've seen these pre-cut veggies at the store, but I don't usually use them because for me, that cost trade-off is a little too high. However, if I know that I'm going to be very short on time or energy, I would consider picking up some pre-cut veggies. Frozen veggies are also a really good idea because they are picked at peak freshness and flash frozen. Canned veggies can be another time saver. These stir-fry kits look like fantastic options for less chopping time. The key here is really to make sure you know about all of the options available at your grocery store. Take a walk around, look at all the different sections, see what they've got. And then when you're doing your meal planning for the week, consider what your days look like. You may need to spend a little more on a couple meals to make them less time. And then also on those days that surprise you when you just are fatigued or don't have the energy to cook, if you've saved a portion of previous meals, you can just defrost something to cook easily. You can also make a big batch of Mediterranean pasta salad using whole grain pasta, then use it as a side dish for more than one night. For a great protein snack, you might make a big batch of falafel and freeze them before you bake them, then use them in a meal or just take out a few at a time to cook for a snack or breakfast. I even found pre-made falafel at my local grocery store. One of the things that I love about the Mediterranean diet is that many times a meal is just picking 4 or so Mediterranean foods and putting them together on a plate or in a bowl. So you could buy hummus, use a portion of your pre-cooked chicken or fish, some olives, some feta cheese, and pre-made tzatziki sauce. Toss it all in a bowl of greens or quinoa or couscous and call it good. You can prepare several items over the weekend and mix and match them for meals during the week, or maybe just prep one thing that's going to make getting dinner together easier later in the week. It's about experimenting and finding what works for you. During quarantine, I've designated Friday evening for takeout. It's nice to know that there's one day a week where I'm not cooking a thing or doing many dishes. It gives me the mental energy and space to focus on healthier eating during the rest of the week. I strive for balance, not perfection. This concludes our program today. I would like to extend a huge thank you to our presenters for their presentations so that we can continue providing cutting-edge education to all of you. Thank you, viewers, for staying home and staying safe. And thank you to all of the companies and individuals who have provided patient education grants, sponsorships, and donations to support this event. Please remember to fill out the online evaluation and visit the virtual exhibit hall. Have a great rest of your weekend.